Good evening and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Frank Allen and I will be your host this evening. Tonight we have distinguished journalist Janet Phelan, who has been researching Nils Melzer's presentation, and she is going to go into Q&A tonight, and being well versed on the document and the situation, she is going to answer questions. So are you here yet, Janet? I don't believe she is. It's still a little bit early, but that video ran out. But it was a very interesting video as it showed how data or digital books are lost forever. At one point in this video, they lost the whole 13th century. The computer did. So that's the danger of digital books. So protect your town library with everything that you have, because one day it will become obsolete. And you will notice that some books are changed. They're changed because they don't have the original book to go by. And it's too expensive to rescan one page. It's easy to rescan the whole shelf. So what you have is a number of books that are very relevant to our situation. One is 1984 that Amazon took off the shelves. Now, I don't know whether they intend to put it back there or whether it is permanently removed. But that book closely emulates what is happening around the world, and particularly in the United States. We are seeing Chinese social scoring appearing in the United States, something that we thought would never happen. You can have $500,000 in the bank and the best credit score possible. But if you do not pass social scoring, you will be denied a loan. So there is one company already operating called Sifter. I've seen it online on several documents. And there are at least 7 companies that are running right now that are social scoring you based on your Facebook posts, your Twitter posts, your activity, your whereabouts, what you do for work, where you go after work, what you do, your sexuality, everything is recorded. So that's why this book, 1984, is one of our best. Okay, until Janet gets here, you guys can come up and speak. Open mic Wednesday night. It's actually 8:55 and the call doesn't start until 9, so feel free to chat. Okay, name. Cannot see the chat. Is there anyone else who's having a problem with the chat? Because I can see it. Chap can see it. But name cannot see it. So I suggest that you download the app again and give it another try. Delete it altogether and then download it.
Well, this is Scylla from Massachusetts, and I can say it was a nice day today. Very warm in Massachusetts, Western Mass, 75. So we're lucky.
Yes, very, very warm in Eastern Mass too. It was a really nice day, Indian summer. It looks like.
Yes.
I'm going to mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. Feel free to speak to whatever you. Hi, Chris. Okay. So far, we've got Muriel, Tracy, Mr. Hillard, Luda, Huggy Bear, God Loves Beaches, Richard, Burbank, California, Scylla, Jordan, Candy, Anonymous, Chap, Ann, and myself. So, we're getting off to a really good start. Is Janet out there as Anonymous or somewhere?
Hi, everybody. I'm Candace.
I understand Janet will be on tonight.
Yes, she will.
Great. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Trying to shed a little light on what's going on with Mr. Melzer.
Yeah.
Should I say
I agree.
Dr. Melzer?
Yeah. Yeah, there's tons of videos of him. Like if you go to a search engine and instead of clicking, where you're reading files, you want to click under videos, and it's all about torture. But and I listened to him, and I was extremely disappointed. So that's just my.
Yes, Chris.
I was disappointed.
Yes, you along with many others. We were all very disgruntled and disappointed with it.
Same here.
And Janet,
I heard no mention of us. We are
no,
so
there was no.
People ignore us, and I understand that everybody in DC knows about this. They know. I know a target that was there. Her father was a high-level military intelligence. And I'm not sure the details of whether she whistle blew about this or whatever, but they chased her out of town with a helicopter, you see. And she landed out in New Mexico, and she couldn't even speak. I tried to help her. She communicated with me because I'm in Maryland, and you couldn't talk to her. She was that targeted psychotronically. And she told me that everybody knows.
This afternoon at 12:45, that says from support at DoorDash.com. Can you hear me?
Not really.
Muffled. Yeah, very muffled.
It says we've been experiencing issues with the time.
It sounds like you're far away from
Yeah. You need to get closer to your mic and speak up just a little bit, and you'll be fine.
No, that's fine. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, Janet, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hi, Frank.
Hi,
Hi,
Janet.
how you doing?
Hi. How is everybody?
hanging in there. Hi, Janet.
Surviving.
This is Chris M. on the big email group.
Okay,
Hi.
what we're going to do is...
I'm going to read.
Okay, what we need to do is... Okay, hold on a second. I need to find Janet. Speak up, Janet.
I'm right here, Frank.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm okay. Good.
Yep.
All right. Okay, I'm looking for you. Okay, Janet, you're unmuted.
Great. I guess maybe I can start by running over a little bit about the recent report on October 15th by the Special Rapporteur on Torture. Would that be a good way to start, Frank?
Yes, I would say so.
Well, we were expecting, of course, a report on cyber torture, which was not what Nils Meltzer presented. He actually, I believe, he presented a rather stunning report that was pretty much an indictment of human consciousness. I think that's basically what he did. And he talked about the psychological structures within people in general that allow for torture to take place. And I think it was a brilliant report. I think it was very thought-provoking. And I greatly appreciated his insights and the brilliance of the report. It did not, however, touch on the issue of cyber torture at all. And so there's been some communications back and forth with the individuals who were stating that this report was going to blow this thing open, that new laws were going to be promoted in this report, that there was going to be an absolute face-off to our situation, which didn't happen. So if anybody would like to ask questions about what these communications are about and, what's going on here, it's beginning to look to me like we may have been lied to. And pursuant to that, I did make a direct contact with Nils Meltzer's office on Tuesday I'm looking here right now for the email because I'd like to read it to everybody so they can see what I asked and what the answer was. So hold on one second, and I will pull it up. See right here. Yeah. Okay. So I wrote to Nils Meltzer's assistant, and I also copied this to my editor at Activist Post, and also to a individual at the press office at the OHCHR, the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, and that individual was Rupert Colville. And this is what I wrote, and then I will read the response. I wrote, I would greatly appreciate a response from your office on this matter. There are a number of individuals who are confused as to the intentions of your office to address what is called cyber torture. I am trying to get to the bottom of what is being promoted by Magnus Olson and his colleague Liliana DeLuca in order to honestly state what your office is doing. In a broadcast last week, Liliana DeLuca also stated that your office is working with Interpol in order to resolve cyber torture attacks. I have had previous contact with Interpol on this issue and do not believe this to be true. False hope in the case of those inflicted with systematic attacks is not hope at all. It is not sustaining. It does not engender change. I would like, if possible, a clear statement from your office as to whether or not you are investigating claims of cyber torture. It is my understanding that your office has received hundreds of complaints on this. Thank you, Janet Phelan. So the answer came in from the assistant to Nils Meltzer, whose name is Poat Alir, and he wrote, Dear Janet, we are not conducting at this point any investigation on cyber torture. The reference being made may perhaps be in reference to the Special Rapporteur's report on psychological torture, where there is mention of new technologies being used. However, this report is already published and presented to the Human Rights Council in March this year. So those were the communications.
Okay, I would like to add, and I'm sure you agree, Janet, that you will mail out copies of this correspondence to anybody who would like to see that. Because
anybody who would like to see it? Yeah, sure. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, and this eliminates doubt, and it eliminates any kind of fears that what you're saying is not true. So it's important that this should be made available. And this is a truth-finding mission, and we want all TIs to have the truth. Now, if the truth is forthcoming with the rapporteur in the future, that is great. Okay, but I myself have worked very hard putting together questionnaires to be bundled and emailed to the Special Rapporteur's office as an NGO. And I did that a second time with the special paper that we were all asked to write out, and that was the psychology of torture. And the paper that we submitted is on our website. However, it was not displayed on the UN site. So, with that, I will just let Janet continue. And we have Fort Walton, Florida, would like to ask a question.
Hello?
Go ahead, Fort Walton.
Hello?
Okay, they must be away from their phone at this point.
Okay.
Fort Walton?
I just got a
Yeah, she's there.
statement. I just got a statement saying I may now ask my question. I think my question has pretty much been answered by Janet already. I guess I just want to say I'm not surprised that we were lied to. I mean, I had my doubts from the beginning, knowing that it is, I have heard that a lot of this actually stems from United Nations. So, I mean, if they are investigating themselves, that would be really interesting to me.
I have no indication that we were lied to by the United Nations or by the Special Rapporteurs Office. And
Okay.
I'm trying to resolve this now in these other communications that are going on with members, leaders in the community who state that they were in touch with Special Rapporteur Meltzer's office. And I'm asking for, some sort of indication that Meltzer even said this to them, that his office was going to go ahead and investigate cyber torture. And I have not, at this point in time, gotten any response except to attack me. And, I'm being called names by Liliana DeLuca. I'm a pseudo-journalist, she says. I'm attempting to defame her. You all heard the email that was sent to Meltzer in which I stated what Liliana DeLuca and Magnus Olson had stated to the community and asked for confirmation. I don't believe that constitutes defamation in any sense of the word. Personally, I think this is my job as a journalist, is to, when there is such a major discrepancy as this report, being trumpeted as coming forward and it's going to address our issue, and when it doesn't, it is incumbent upon me to contact the office at the United Nations and ask what's going on. So I have not seen any communications coming from Nels Meltzer's office that indicates he's lying to anybody about any of this. So this is, I think, the lies, if they are lies or misunderstandings or whatever they are, I'm waiting to get more input, I believe have come from members of the community. I'm sorry to say.
Okay. I remember seeing a statement by the person that was supposed to be doing, that was in charge of the human rights investigation, and it was a lady, and her statement said something about using exotic weapons on people of color, and it was almost as if they were investigating it as a possible race, like a hate crime type thing, but there's many of us that are not darker colors, but I just didn't know what to think of that. I mean, I'm just really hoping that the whole thing will be looked at as, what it is. It is human rights, but I don't think it's based on race. There's a lot of different reasons that we would be tortured. So
I agree with you. I would be interested if you can find that report. I would be interested in who was making those statements. I'd sure like to take a look at that link, because I actually do believe that there are race-specific weapons. I've covered some of this in my journalism, and if someone is popping up and saying that they think so too, I'd like to see that. It would be interesting to me.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I believe it is genetically targeted, but I was genetically targeted, and I mean, I look white, but I have Roma Gypsy in my heritage, and some other races too. I may be descended from Jewish as well, but I don't know for sure. I don't know who my father is, and that's part of the the big question of my life as far as like why I got put into the program. It might have had something to do with who my father actually is, and I'll never know. So
I'm sorry to hear that. It's I think the more information we can get about why this has happened to us, the better off we are. And I would, if I were you, I'm sure you have pursued information about this. And
yes, ma'am. I have memories from age 7 being tested for my IQ, and I was basically surrounded by men in suits, and I was taken to a place where I was supposed to be tested. All I could gather from those memories is that when my mom would pick me up, I was catatonic every time.
Really?
And I don't know what happened. And as far as the time frame, it was a 1980s, 87, and 88. So looking back through like declassified information, the closest thing I could find is the different aspects of Project Stargate and the experiments that they were doing on children that they don't want anyone to know about. So that's the beginning of my adventure was then, and I had so much trauma throughout the years that it was difficult to, figure out why. And then once my memories started coming back when I was 33 years old, I knew that I had been in programs. I knew I had been experimented on. And I'm sure that the targeting has a lot to do with that. And they are very interested in my bloodline and my children. Hello?
Okay. Would that sum up your response? Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Huggy Bear.
Hi, Janet. I can't believe that the last lady spoke about something. When I was left behind at birth with my grandparents. My birth mother ran around with a bunch of military guys about 50 miles outside Washington, D.C., where I grew up at. She came by when I was about 6 weeks old and begged for me. My grandparents, who had custody of me by then, begrudgingly let her, make sure you bring her back that day. And they watched her run around the corner of they had a big corner lot, and they had to go out the door, and they were suspicious of where was she running around the corner with a 6-week-old me. And she jumped in a car with a military guy. And they, thank God, knew where she was going. It was called Fort Hollywood. It's no longer there. It was an early CIA, Mossad, MI6 kind of place. And they took me there and left me there. Well, my grandparents, got on it immediately when they seen her go around the corner with this guy. And they didn't get me back till the next day. A sergeant brought me back. I'll never know what they wanted, but there's a lot of people on the internet that talk about it. And my birthday is 11/11. And I would later find out in life I was placed into Project Oak Tree. That's connected to Project Ibis. And Oak Tree, to them, stands for Lucifer. I remember at Johns Hopkins, where MK Ultra CIA hid out at, and they did. And I worked there, and my aunt just retired there from 67 years. She was mind-controlled when I was young to take me up there. I remember she was, like, robotic. And I was a little girl, and she put me in a room. And I'm going to tell you, the CIA, they always have clipboards, always. They even have them now out when if you get online and look at the CIA torture rendition prisons, and the ones with the orange garb and the black hoods over their heads, it's pitiful. Most of them are farmers, and what they do to them is horrendous. And at the end of the day, they will bring them out, and they're handcuffed with the orange garb and the black over the sack over their head. And there'll be a CIA psychiatrist there with a clipboard. This is all the time. they tricked me into moving. I found myself living by the Aero Contractors, which is the CIA Torture Rendition Airport in Smithfield, Johnson County, North Carolina.
Chris, can you stay on topic and get back to Mr. Melzer, please?
Well, okay. Well, I believe that I believe I've been targeted from birth. And we don't have enough time for me to discuss everything. However, I do believe that a lot of us are, nothing personal, Frank, but a lot of us are women. And I believe that there's a discrimination, the comment made about that, regarding women. There's always been a discrimination against us anyway, Frank. You got to admit that. Women have fought very hard for their rights, and I also notice, they go after people in wheelchairs and people that are blind. That's a net to them. I got into Julian Assange's papers about them.
Yes.
The CIA.
Please get back.
Well,
Can you please? Okay.
About being prejudiced. They are cavalier in their attitude, and they seem to think that they're better than us. And I'll leave it there. And thank you, Janet. You hear, I love your writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we have Jesse Call.
Hi, Frank. Hi, Janet. How are you guys doing?
Very good, sir.
Hi, Jesse.
So I've been following along here since you were, I think, on Ella's podcast, Janet, and I did listen to the report. I didn't read the whole thing, but I did listen to Mr. Melzer. And my recurring thought. I'm from Wyoming. We're straight shooters here. So if I'm putting myself in the UN shoes, and especially Mr. How do you pronounce his name? Melzer?
Melzer. M-E-L-Z-E-R.
I won't mispronounce it again. Melzer. If I'm Mr. Melzer, and I'm spending enough time, he spent time with you, Frank, he spent time with a lot of you, and reading the reports, asking questions, and then the line went dead, so to speak. And my recurring thought is if I'm, if it is what it seems like it is, and there's nothing, there's no reason to believe that he's lying, as you said, Janet. My first move would not be to just go out and say we're going to end this, because he's a human being. He can be targeted himself. The last thing I would do if I were him is just start, facing it head on, because that makes him a potential target, and he can get fried just like the rest of us. So anyway, that's my thought on the subject, and I think it probably holds merit, but it's just my opinion. What do you think, Janet and Frank?
Well,
what I found really interesting about, I'm sorry, Frank, can I just mention something here first?
Yeah,
before you
ahead.
weigh in? What I found really interesting about Meltzer's most recent report is he is talking about the human mechanisms that kick in most people when they are afraid. Okay? So if there's a situation that provokes fear, like possibly targeting, then people will start to accommodate wrongful acts by others, and they may even participate in them. So if Nils Melzer is afraid that he'll be targeted, then he would fall into that description in his own report. That being said, I don't think it's a good idea to start second-guessing people. He never, as far as I can tell, and I had communications with his office before that email that I read, in which, again, they were denying that they were taking on cyber torture. So my feeling here is that he gave us a gift. He did, in fact, commit to paper some to his report, some mention of this, which is a wonderful boon for us. But I don't believe he ever had any intention of going all in. This is simply my perception here, based on my prior communications with that office.
Yeah, and if I could respond to that, I totally appreciate where you're coming from, and it makes complete sense. I would add that the people at the top, wherever this top is, that develop these, well, I shouldn't say develop because those are scientists, people that had the intention of using them on innocent people. These people are, they probably do not fall into that how people act and behave based on fear. I don't think that they have fear. I don't think they're afraid of anything. These deep state people, these shadow government people, they have an agenda and they have a philosophy that they live by, and they will get to the goals of that philosophy by any means necessary. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, I think that what Janet was referring to was Dr. Melzer's reference to, we'll say, torture, as in somebody being driven to helter-skelter mode or fight or flight. I don't believe she was.
And I get that. I totally get that. So it probably is two different subjects, and I appreciate that, Frank.
Do you have other comments on it? I did cut you off when you started to respond.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that again.
I'm asking Frank if he has further comments because I cut Frank off when he started to respond. So I'm just curious if he has more to say. Please.
I think there is much more that will come from the UN in the future. But at this point in time, we have no reason to believe that anything is happening. Okay? If I see documents signed, emails from Melzer to certain individuals, I will be the first one to make those public to anyone who would like to see. As Janet suggested, she would make her emails public. But the idea in this community is to be transparent. We don't have any transparency here. And that is what we need. Okay, that concludes my...
Excellent point. Thank you, Frank. I'd like to interject something concerning other United Nations mechanisms besides the Special Rapporteur on Torture that we can access and use. Regarding torture, there are basically two offices in the United Nations. There's the Special Rapporteur's office, but there's also, entirely separate, is the Convention Against Torture. And like the other treaty instruments, the Convention Against Torture does a cyclical review of the torture record of the countries that are signatories onto the Convention Against Torture, which includes the United States. So when the United States comes up for review, anyone with an NGO, and now that includes Frank, and it also includes me because I have an NGO that I have used in the past to engage the United Nations. Anyone with an NGO can can actually file documents in the NGO reports and start to confront the United States on their torture policies. And I think that rather than holding out, some sort of vague hope that Meltzer might come around, we can assertively and aggressively start to engage the Convention Against Torture in the manner that I had just mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Are you all through, Jesse?
Yes, Frank, and thank you guys for taking the time to hear me out.
All right, thank you, sir.
Jesse.
Next, we have Randy. Go ahead, Randy. Okay, Randy, you are unmuted. Okay, apparently Randy has changed his mind and is not responding. So at this point in time, we have no further questions until they come up. So if you would like to continue, Janet, that would be fine.
Well, yeah. Well, basically, we have now a conflict within the community due to apparently the statements that were being made that Nils Meltzer's report on October 15th was going to be addressing this. We have this conflict now due to my asking questions of Meltzer's office and getting the response. And I would like to encourage the members of the community who are stating that that the problem arose when I asked questions and that I shouldn't ask questions and that that's inappropriate and so forth. And I would like to encourage the members of the community who have adopted a stance of attacking the messenger, in a sense, to simply release the communications with Meltzer that show that this is indeed his intent. His office has stated very clearly that it's not. And I am certainly, I made those emails available without comment to the European Coalition, which is the body that has mostly been promoting the narrative that Meltzer will address this. So I have asked again, as of today, this morning, that this mounting conflict and dispute is very easy to resolve. Just simply release some communications showing where he said he was going to do this. Now, Liliana DeLuca and Magnus Olson have adopted the statement that this is so confidential that they couldn't possibly do that. I'm not looking for details of confidential investigations. In fact, Nils Meltzer is always talking about transparency and how secrecy and confidentiality is actually our enemy. But nevertheless, if they are stating that there's a confidentiality issue, which is why Meltzer's office is saying they aren't doing an investigation, I don't want confidential details. I don't want to know about specific case histories. I just want to hear something that came from that office saying we will address cyber torture. And as of this evening, when I checked email again, there was no response to my request. So I also sent it off to Ella, who I understand is working in communications with the European coalition. So this is all I can do is when people say, no, that's not right, I'll say, okay, well, let's show me the money. Let's talk about some proof, and let's just get beyond this. And so that's where things are.
Okay, we have a question from Eiffel.
Hello?
Go ahead, Eiffel.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank. I wasn't asking a question.
Oh, when you're in the...
Oh, how do I turn myself off?
I'll clean you out of there. Hold on.
Sorry about
Thank you so much. That's quite all right. Tracy, did you have a question? I see that you were in here. Okay. You can go ahead, Janet, if you like. If you'd like to conclude, you can do that too. It's your ballgame.
Well, I wanted to make myself available if there were any questions about, what's going on with Meltzer and the statements that were being made to the community about what he was going to be doing. And, I've attempted to, on several occasions now, to contact Meltzer's office to get his input. And I don't know what else I can do here. Looks to me like the response.
We have another question.
Go ahead.
From Vicki.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on a tablet. I'm at my dad's house, so if I'm loud, forgive me. Was there any explanation? Because there's there's a lot of victims across the globe complaining about this. Was there any explanation given why he's not addressing it? Was there anything at all?
There was never, I never saw statements that they were going to address it. This is the issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I thought they had a meeting with him and he's aware of it.
I would never. I don't know anything. I'm hearing them. I'm hearing. Sorry?
Okay, all we know is
I don't know anything about anything. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Frank.
Okay, what I was going to say is all we know is what is written and what is spoken. And we have not heard anything in terms of something's happening from the UN or Mr. Meltzer's office. We haven't heard anything. So that's what it amounts to. And we have another question here. Okay, Luda, go ahead.
Hi, Frank and Janet. I'm in
Hi, Luda.
Rainy Western New York. Somebody opened the rain gate somewhere. Anyway, I'm just curious. I'm being a basically commonsensical, logical person. How come then, if what is happening, which we know it is, why was there such a drive to get questionnaires completed, and not once but twice, and all these letters posted to the website? So what was that all about for?
Well, I think, that we took advantage of an opportunity to inform that office of what was happening. So, that was what we were trying to do, is to let them know, hey, we got a problem over here.
And then Liliana, came forward and said, oh, they're going to be organizing the police and they're going to come in and they're going to arrest the perpetrators. And maybe I was in dreamland and I was hearing something that wasn't true, but honest to goodness, I think that's what I heard.
That's what you heard.
But that was all false then.
I'm requesting of Liliana and her colleagues some indication that there were communications from Meltzer's office on any level concerning an attempt to address this. I'm not getting any response at all. So, that's the best I can state, is that there is a great disparity between what we were told and what is happening. And that's where we are.
And Liliana furthermore said she was in close contact with Magnus Olsen.
Yeah.
And the other fellow there, forget his name, German fellow maybe, and that she was seemingly almost in contact with Nils Meltzer, the way if I'm interpreting it right, so that it seemed like there was ongoing communication going on, and I guess it's kind of to have your bubble deflated like this is kind of discouraging. I'm not saying depressing at all, but discouraging and disappointing. It's where
yes, it is discouraging.
Today.
Yes, I agree.
Yes. Because we
I
all
agree.
did a lot of work in writing, just like Frank did, and a lot of us all did a lot of work in writing.
Right.
Yes.
I think it's extremely discouraging, and it's to the point where we need clarification, and we need clarification and closure on this so that we can move on. Okay, Luda, you all through?
Pardon? Yes, for the moment. The other thing, I'm going to wait until this topic is ended, and then I just have to deliver something on your recording. But let's finish up this topic first.
Okay, thank you, Luda. Okay. Vicki is up once again. I guess she muted herself, and that was it. Okay, Vicki, mic's up.
You have my apologies. I'm on a tablet at my dad's house. I'm not used to these things. He's sick. I'm here. He's in the hospital. So I muted myself because I'm not sure how this thing works. I'm trying to figure it out. I know there's a YouTuber named Sherry SHP. That's not her real name. She has a lot of ways of documenting evidence and the tracking the signals and who's hacking your computer. Is there anybody we can force a response out of? I know she filed a case with the International Criminal Court. Now, at least they responded to her and said it was somebody else's jurisdiction. Is there anybody you can go to force a response and acknowledge that we approached them? Is there any way to force the UN to do this, or anybody that you know of is standing?
They are very transparent in what they do. They make so many reports to the General Assembly and the General Assembly to us that it's not funny. I mean, they report on everything. Would you agree, Jenna?
But I'm saying, is there any organization that we could force a response out of to acknowledge that we approached them and a reason they're denying our appeal or our requests? Because I know the International Criminal Court did respond to SHP. Now, they said it's somebody else's jurisdiction. It's really not their jurisdiction. But at least she got a response to it.
Whose jurisdiction did they say it was?
She did.
Whose jurisdiction did they say it was?
I'd have to go look on the YouTube channel. I can't remember anymore, but she's got a video on it. She filed a case with the International Criminal Court. She's got the response up there and everything. So she did get it. They responded. They said it's somebody else's jurisdiction. It's really not under their jurisdiction. That's what they told her. I'd have to go look up the video. I'll send Frank a link when I get a chance to find it. As I said, I'm on a little tablet at my dad's house. I'm not used to these things. I have a computer. But yeah, at least she got a response. He did respond to her case. she's got it, all the information in a video on her YouTube channel. Is there anybody?
The International Criminal Court responds to very specific allegations of criminal activity, war crimes, genocide. I think there's crimes against humanity. So I don't know what she filed or what she was alleging, which will possibly, indicate where the jurisdiction would be.
Yeah, okay. I'll send the link to Frank. I'm saying, is there any way we could force a response out of the UN or the United States government? Is there anybody you can go to and at least get a response? I filed this and why I'm rejecting it.
Well,
I'm just wondering. I'm not that familiar with the international situation.
Right. So as I responded, there are, I believe, 3 levels of crimes that the International Criminal Court will address. And I don't know what she filed or what she alleged. And unless I know what the allegations are, I can't say anything about where to file what.
Yeah, there's no one that can force the UN to do anything, and there is no one that can force the U.S. to do anything unless you go through channels. And it isn't really forcing. You don't want to force somebody. You want to go to the UN and get on their good side so that they will be more likely to release information to you. If you go to them with an attitude, you're going to be met with a locked door. That's my opinion.
Unless you use your NGO status to start filing documents with the treaty accord, because they can't shut you out then. Okay, that's an important point to know, and it took me a while to be able to learn this and figure this out.
Yes, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what we will do then, and we can do that straight away.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Okay, you all set with your Q&A, Jenna?
If anyone has any further questions, I'm here to answer.
Right.
Otherwise, we can move on.
Right. Anybody with questions, jump in the queue because we are going to cut it shortly. Okay, that looks like it. Up, we have one. Marilyn from Ohio. Go ahead, Marilyn.
Hi, everybody. Hey, Frank.
Hi.
My question is, what are some of the things that TIs can do in the United States specifically, and only, because it is our country, to get the UN to feel an incredible amount of pressure? We must be professional and polite. Are there any activist things that we can do to kind of, push them a little bit? Are there other people that work for the UN? Like, should we send emails en masse to the UN, letters? Should we protest in front of the UN? Are there any events coming up that we could get? Well, this is interesting. Biden's going to be running for office. If we could crash an election get-together, hold a sign, targeted individuals need help, it would only take a couple people, and the camera would see us, major networks. That would be a good idea. if anybody is willing to do something like that, road trips are fun. Because the synthetic telepathy is quite disgusting, and it doesn't just involve hearing people's thoughts. They have access to your body. They can basically mind control you to feel anything possible that ever happened to any human being ever in the history of the human race. So it's not just synthetic telepathy. So literally, they could mind control you to believe that you feel the pain of directed energy weapons, but they just tell you that you do. So this is quite dangerous, and so these are terrorists. They're in our country. They're in our towns. And right, so activists, to get the UN to pay attention to it in the press, one is to hold a big sign when Trump or Biden is talking, drive down there. And I'm sure we're very smart. So what do you think?
Janet?
Well, I think your ideas are excellent, Marilyn. And I think that protesting and holding up signs, particularly where there are cameras, is an excellent idea. We had discussed a little earlier on in the call about ways to access the Convention Against Torture directly, not simply go to the Special Rapporteur. And so they're basically, there's an NGO push. So the European Coalition, the Allen Institute on Human Rights, Ithaca, and any other NGO has the right and ability to file documents when the Convention Against Torture again reviews the record of the United States. And I think that this is one effective idea, and I think your idea about protesting is excellent as well.
Right. You wear a mask, and you don't need like 3 people really to do it in a car, and a really long sign that looks professional, and then then the person running for office will see you, and that's going to be across the network. And so I live in Kettering, Ohio. If anybody's willing to do something like that, I'm willing to meet you because I've basically had enough of this nonsense. But thank you, Janet.
Thank you, Marilyn. I hope that people will contact you about this.
Okay. Next we have Frank. Go ahead, Frank.
Yes. Yes. What was Liliana DeLuca's and Magnus Olson's response to the UN saying they weren't investigating?
Oh my goodness, Frank, do you want to take that on, or should I?
Well, they basically said that it was there were secret negotiations going on, and it was no one's business. That's just my take on it.
They're negotiating with the UN, or?
Yes, and the UN is quite transparent, and I don't think Mr. Melzer would be in a job too long if he was holding negotiations without reporting on them. As I say, they report. If a button is missing on their shirt, they report it. So
they said it was confidential.
Yes, they said it was confidential.
Well, there's a problem. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Janet.
Well, yeah, they said it would compromise the confidential investigations. And the fact is, I'm not looking for detailed information that will compromise anything. I'm looking for any evidence that there has been any communication from Meltzer stating that they are performing any kind of investigation. And I made that clear again today, and there has been no response.
Of course, they are not required to respond, but it would seem to me to be obligatory for them to respond.
Well, if they're going to go on people's shows and if they're going to put out articles declaring that these things are happening when the office itself denies that they're happening, then, Houston, we got a problem here. So let's get down and just resolve it and move on, right? So.
Yeah, I agree. As I mentioned, there has to be some kind of communique that they have had that bears no knowledge of anything, but it is just a letter saying, okay, yes, we're looking into this, or no, we're not looking into that, but we're going to try this. In other words, something with somebody's letterhead or email address or,
I will say as well. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
I said a forward without anything on it is not going to make it. So, go ahead.
Well, I do want to mention, because it does need to be stated, that the response from Liliana as well as Magnus has been to attack my journalistic credentials, to attack me for daring to ask these questions. They have called me names and so forth. So, I don't want to get into this hand-wringing stuff about, that, but that has been the response up until now. So that's what we got.
Okay, usually when adults have conversation via email, they remain adults, and there has been no adult behavior from Ms. DeLuca. Okay, Frank, does that conclude your questions?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, next we have God Loves Peaches, and so do I. Go ahead.
Hi, Frank. It's Gary here. I want to put forth a little bit of wisdom here. It's so frustrating for the community that we want to have immediate solutions and we demand answers. And, one of the old-fashioned sayings is, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And I think we have to be patient with the UN. That's not going to happen overnight. And I think that there are a lot of things going on behind the scenes right now, especially in regards to directed energy weapons. I've been going all over the United States. I was in New Mexico 2 months ago. I went to Seattle. I was living with another TI, and I ended up getting attacked really severely by directed energy weapons in Renton, Washington, and in Seattle also. I was attacked by Black Lives Matter. I was attacked by militia groups with directed energy weapons. It was a really ugly time. My family stepped in, they saved me, and now I'm in Omaha. So love being back in the Midwest. I'm being a little facetious there. But I think, we have to, I'm seeing some things going on behind the scenes with directed energy weapons. And, I think that directed energy weapons are really going to come out in the news pretty soon. It's becoming more, the main public is becoming more aware of these. And so, I think that that's probably one of the next big things to come out in the mainstream media. And, we have to be patient in the fact that there's so much affecting us right now. And I think we have so many issues that are going to have to be addressed one way or the other. And here we are, thinking about what the UN can do or what they're not doing. It could very well be that other issues are going to come to the forefront that directly affect the TI community. I happen to think that energy weapons are going to be the next big thing to come out. So, every dog has its day, and the TI community has not had its day yet, but we will.
Appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. As always, you bring a lot to the table.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Having me on.
Sure, anytime. And right now, are there any other questions for Janet? Janet, do you have anything to add?
Well, I would like to say that, again, that the fact that Nils Meltzer included that section on cyber torture in his, I believe it was his March report, is a huge benefit for us, because we can now state and point to evidence that the UN, through the Office of the Special Rapporteur on Torture, has acknowledged that this is going on. So I think that is a very positive thing, and I think we can move forward in other ways as well to continue to keep the pressure on and to get this issue addressed.
Okay, great. Well, I think I'm going to switch modes and open the floor up. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Take a minute. Okay. Anyone who would like to speak, just unmute yourself. *6 if you have a computer. Just hit that little microphone and make it green, or blue in this case. So that's been very informative, Janet, and we really appreciate your time and your efforts.
Frank.
Janet. Hi, Richmond, California. Hi.
Hi, this is Jade, and I just want to say thanks, Gary, for that inspiring comment, considering what you've been through. I know it must be difficult. What's frustrating is it's hard to be patient when you see like PDFs like The Hidden Evil. That was written in 2006. It's just, I mean, that was a long time ago, and we're still struggling. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have a lot of people that are struggling, including myself. Some nights I can't even do a radio show because I am just too torn up. And right now I've managed to get back to 2 nights a week on radio, and very shortly I'll be up to 3 nights a week on radio, and we'll take it from there. I think I'm just going to do 4 nights because it's they don't want anyone on radio. I will tell you that right now. They don't want anyone hosting a conference call. They don't want that either. Now we have Mike Mason, who is in the audience. I don't know if he is able to speak or not, but he would like to speak about the audio spotlight, I believe.
Right. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yes, I certainly can.
How
Everyone
are you
can.
tonight?
Very good, sir. I wish your throat was better.
Glad to hear it. I'm having a little trouble speaking because I have some ulcers in my throat and mouth that make it a little difficult for me at this time. They're healing up, but it's going to take a little longer than I thought. But I wanted to let everyone know what was going on with that project and the device that we had gathered donations for a couple of years back. As many people might know, we had set up a GoFundMe and collected donations to purchase an audio spotlight unit for people in the community to use and hopefully share as a part of a demonstration and simulation of V2K and RNM to outreach events and demonstrations to the general public and or law enforcement or mental health professionals, as they would be receptive to it as a verification that there is technology out there that can be purchased by anyone that gives you a pretty decent simulation of being able to put what we claim are voices in our head that no one else around us can hear from some distance away. All right. As a tool or as a trick, it's a good one for what it's worth. It's not the only trick in town. But what had happened recently with it, because we had gotten it to someone else who had said that they would be able to use it in a manner that was in line with what we originally planned for, we found out later, after that person had it in their possession, another person in Massachusetts, Barbara Gillette, wanted to then use it to try to demonstrate it to people in the court system and possibly in public in her area. It was not in working order. She then took it to the manufacturer in I think it's in Waltham, Massachusetts, and they had given me a report, and I can send it to you sometime or maybe overnight. And it says that certain aspects of it were damaged, the amplifier and a protective film covering, which I don't really know what that means. I didn't really inspect it that well when I had it for something like that. Anyway, what it was going to cost to fix it, they had 2 offers that they could either fix it outright, or and charge a certain amount, or replace it with full 2-year warranty. The problem is, I'm not a person to be asking for donations from the community because I know most people like me don't have it, and it was hard enough for me to do that the first time around. What they quoted was to replace it with a full 2-year warranty would be about $1,000, and to repair it and return it would be about $800. Neither of those figures to me is acceptable, and there's not much I can do about it. I don't have the money to throw in there for it. I don't know what we're going to do. If anyone has any recommendations, if you think that starting another donation drive, it would be helpful for that. Or where I'm considering also is that I found other devices that were very similar to Audio Spotlight, but they're handheld, they're smaller, and they are stereo in their end results. In other words, you will get it sounds kind of creepy, a good demonstration of V2K R&M in stereo when you are hit by this. And it's by a different company, and it's cheaper. And I don't know if raising a little bit of money for something like that regionally for people would be a good idea in order to be able to not only demonstrate to ourselves that this thing is very much possible and is everyday technology now, and to demonstrate to others who have never experienced such a thing and have never heard of even the technology that we're trying to demonstrate with, to show them that it's possible and it's available to anyone. And my point in this whole thing being was that if this kind of technology is available to us as consumers and available as an advertising tool to many different corporations, it being based on military technology shows that there must be something that's much more capable and elaborate along the lines of what we are experiencing ourselves. I think when people experience something like this themselves and they realize that it's well within the reach of anybody nowadays, it hits home a little better. Once they walk, they're in a crowd or they walk by something or a group that might be demonstrating or have an outreach, and all of a sudden someone's speaking and or whispering into their head, and they're looking around going, WTF. And once that happens, you draw people in more, and they're able to. It's not that intense of a shock and awe factor, but the surprise factor of something like that happening gets people on our side and a little bit more, and they're willing to listen. So after all this, what I'm trying to say is it worth for me to get back the original device that we had, which is the original audio spotlight and was the higher powered, longer distance one, and ask for donations among the community, which I absolutely loathe, and or recommend the other devices that I found online that are very similar and more like handheld upgrades that are lower cost and more portable. Go. Any recommendations?
It was disappointing to see at Unity and Hope, Wired magazine had a chance to see that demonstrated. They were outside. I was holding the device. And they were outside, and it didn't have any effect. It didn't register on them what the ramifications of using something like this, only much more powerful and much more high-tech.
Right.
They kind of blew that off. They didn't even mention it.
That's too bad, because that was my whole point, is that if something like this is, if an everyday person like myself or you are able to get their hands on something like that and demonstrate it to you, then obviously, because of what's happening to so many people around the world, there is a more effective technology that has been available only to like military applications that it was drawn from. I know they don't seem to make that leap as readily as we do because nothing like this is happening to them. It's up to us to try to help them make that, to bridge that gap and help them make that and get that aha moment. People like that are never really impressed at first. Because their minds are not always focused in the niche that we've been forced into. So my reason for saying this, and I'll probably talk about it just a little bit on other calls if possible with the other moderators, is that I feel I didn't want to let the community down. I feel that we've tried to fulfill the mission, part of the original mission that we had just planned for, but because of the exigencies of transport and what do you call it, UPS or FedEx, whatever. Anything could happen to something like this, and unfortunately, I didn't have a backup account, or didn't plan to have a backup account at this point because of what's happening in my own life, to have a little reserve amount of money in case repairs or upgrades or whatever were needed. And I don't want to abandon the thing, but again, I don't want to go around, singing a sad tune and jingling an empty can for people to start throwing, hopefully paper into, because they don't have it themselves. A lot of them don't have it themselves. And I'm just letting people know what's happening with it. And if they come up with any ideas or consider another type of low-end fundraiser for something like that, a possibility, and then let me know.
Okay. We'll definitely get back to you on this.
Sure.
And I'm sure
Thanks.
there's a number of different things we can do.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll be listening. It's good to hear the other people on there, and Janet Phelan. I've never spoken with her directly, but I know that she's really had terrible experiences with all this, and really done a lot of work and a lot of writing on not only her experiences, but whatever information she can get on all the aspects of such situation. I think that what Gary had said earlier too is really going to be a double down for us because of the umbrella terminology that they've had to develop for the UN. And just because such a big organization can be glacial at times, it can be a big dinosaur with a tiny little brain and a big body that doesn't move along even though the brain is trying to tell it that. And that because they're just getting their heads around the nomenclature and the enormity of the prospect of technology, of course, being turned against us. We think that we are the masters of such things because we've developed it. But that's not very rapidly not becoming the case, as we can tell with AI, bots, and different things on social media, and all the ways that we can be manipulated through social and other media. That threatens even our very democracy in as far as elections or the way we even are allowed to perceive reality. It's really disturbing, and I think a lot of people don't realize the depth of it and can't realize it. And as far as the UN goes, I don't know why they wouldn't respond in a timely manner, but I know they might be trying to, use this as a foot in the door type thing, and with high hopes in the beginning from whoever, it didn't come to pass. I think that, right, like Gary and Peaches both have said, it's hard to not want to put your eggs all in one basket. There was a woman who came on just a few minutes ago, said that this was happening. They were reading The Hidden Evil in 2006, which seems like a long time ago. My targeting seemed to begin 10 years before that. My targeting seemed to begin approximately 1996, and a little bit earlier, and without internet or without cell. And so that adds a whole nother camel that breaks the straw back, or whatever you want to call it, happen. And there's so many unanswered questions and so much misdirection and deliberate manipulation that we're just beginning. And I'm not trying to make excuses for Mr. Meltzer or anybody, but I think that a little bit of time, in addition to the enormous mess of COVID-19 being thrown at everybody, just makes things a little bit stickier. And I know that people want answers, and she's a journalist, and they are very quick-minded and need these type things, and we're all waiting to get out of this. I've been waiting for a long time. I think it'll happen, but it's going to take a little longer than we were led to believe, of course. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mike. And that's some good advice as well. I was just trying to find. I don't know. I sent her an email.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether she had equipment failure. She is in Latin America, so
yes, I know
her targeting was so bad that she had to leave.
Right.
And
yeah,
she has well, I'm sure you know that, but I'm just making everybody else aware.
And in that country, no matter how comfortable you might be with language and culture, whatever, they love to do certain aspects of this very readily. And I don't know if she's getting stuff like that a lot in her daily life, but I know that that's those countries look at this as just a matter of daily activity with a lot of people, and she's holding up really well considering.
I guess so.
People just come in and out of your home whenever you decide to go down just to buy a few items or want to go out for a walk or whatever, and you come back and your things have been gone through or your door's wide open. Not unlocked, wide open or standing open, lots of things. When I'm here talking now on the phone...
Were you talking about me? This is Janet. Were you talking about me?
Yeah, well, I didn't know where you went.
No, I'm here.
Oh, I didn't know. I couldn't hear that person. What was it?
I'm sorry. This is Janet. Were you talking?
Yeah, I was talking with Frank, and I said, I forgot that he told me that you lived in one of the South American countries. I don't know if it's Panama or Mexico or wherever. But those countries have a history of these kind of things, and they do it a lot more readily and boldly. And a lot of times from the people that I've talked to, and it's probably happening to you too, where you go to, go out for an errand or to buy something or for a walk or whatever. You come back and your things have been gone through. Your door is open, just wide, not unlocked, but wide open.
Yeah.
And people kind of hang around there and want to see your reaction, and everybody gets off on it, and the next day or 2 days later it happens again, or all these other things, and it's just almost continuous. So you've held up really well under all of that and maintain your journalistic level, and thanks for all your work.
Thank you. I just want to say something to clarify some things. I left the U.S. Because the police kept trying to arrest me. And as a political target, and I am a political target, they had really pulled out the stops. And I had drugs planted in my home. I barely escaped getting arrested for that. And then there began to be other sorts of legal entrapment issues. And I was at the point that I left, I was living in Oregon. I've been working at a newspaper in Medford, Oregon, and the police again started circling like sharks. And I was able to get my hands on a document from the local police department that actually sent shockwaves through my system. It was about me. And I realized at that point that if I didn't leave shortly, I was going to be arrested. Mm-hmm. And I am a police assault survivor. Mm-hmm. And I do not want my body to be again in the custody of the police, because the last time it happened, I was assaulted and unconscious in a hospital for several days afterwards. So this was the motivating reason for my leaving, rather than whatever sorts of weapon systems I am surviving. It was the absolute knowledge that I was facing arrest. I do not know what for, but it was clear from that document, which I did reproduce in my book, that I was going down soon. So I didn't tell Soul. I just packed up and left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the best thing, it's a little consolation, but, everyone wants you to be safe and sane and to be able to overcome this, and thank you for helping us try to shine some light onto it and to get the glaciers moving a little faster with all of this. It's not an easy thing for anybody.
We're all doing what we can, And I actually...
Go ahead.
I just want to consider myself extremely lucky because I did get out before the axe fell. Mm-hmm. So I consider myself the luckiest girl in the world. So.
Mm-hmm. In that way, right. And I hope that you're where you are now. You have some reasonable safety and security.
Are you still targeted at all in Mexico? Or are they still bothering you? I mean, do they still harass you down there?
Me? Oh my word!
I know you were documenting poisons and stuff, and I didn't know if it stopped since you went to Mexico. I thought you were in like Chile or Argentina or Paraguay or somewhere. And I mean, are they still after you down there?
I need to be very careful what I say about Mexico.
That's
because
right.
They are attempting to invoke Article 33 of the Mexican Constitution if I say anything negative publicly about what's happening to me in Mexico. So for the record, Mexico is a beautiful country. It's filled with lovely people.
It does.
And I
It
am
looks
so
like
happy.
it, yes.
Right?
I'm glad for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enough said. I'm just going to listen now.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, and also I was looking for that case with Sherry with the International Criminal Court. No, she has a very interesting YouTube channel. It's under SH and then dash, space P. And she digs and she tracks the hacks and, traces the back who's hacking and the Wi-Fi routers and everything. And she has a video here, and I forgot about it. UN Dig shows the UN takes part in our research. I'll send the link to Frank. He'd know more about it than me, but she seems to know what she's talking about. She traces the IP addresses, back to who owns them and things like that a lot of the time.
Okay,
according to her, she traced some of these back to the UN itself. I'll send you the link. I'm on a tablet right now. I don't know how to copy and paste on this thing. I've never used one before. It's like my third time using it.
I listened to about 10 minutes of the person I think you were talking about. So this is a person in a gray area. But she came up with several different companies, and one of them was Network Solutions. Oh, you got to watch out for this one. Network Solutions is the first company ever to register a website, and they are all over the world. They handle probably billions of websites. So, excuse me. That's not one of the sites you want to worry about. AT&T, I mean, you're going to see all kinds of switching done when your system goes to look for a way to get where you're trying to go. So, I mean, a lot of this is just plain your signal is traveling, looking for a way to get where.
I read that in the comment section. I mean, I'm personally not a computer person. I'm just functional, but I get hit so hard. I don't know if you get hit that hard. I get hit so hard that I can't do things I normally should be able to do. I'm just that dysfunctional. I can't focus and concentrate enough to do it myself. I'll send you it. It's about a 4-minute video. And as I said, I read through some of the comment sections, and people were ascertaining what you were saying, that it wasn't quite what she was portraying it to be. But she did file that case with the criminal court, and she still seemed to have a response. But I'll send you the one you want. It's only about a 3-minute video if you want to look at it.
Yeah,
I mean, I know. People were claiming the same thing you were claiming. I'm just too dysfunctional to do it.
Site to site to site to site to site, and end up with one guy. And all the TIs are ending up with the same thing. It's probably because they went there without knowing it. I clean my web browser once a day. I clean the computer out once a day. I have to. Sometimes twice a day. I clean my phone out at least once every 2 days, and I have to, or else I would be in trouble. Okay? So I'm just telling you the things that I do to stay out of trouble, and I stay on the air. So keep your machines clean inside. And I don't mean dust. I mean files. Okay, we have 65 people here who I'm sure would like to talk, and I'm going to get out of your hair. Thank you very much to Janet Phelan and Michael Mason. We hope we can get together with Michael Mason and come up with some type of fundraiser to either replace the audio spotlight or get a smaller version of it that's more portable. That one only weighed 16 pounds, but it was in the form of a rectangle. I think it was a rectangle or a square, and it was very awkward to handle.
Hey, Frank.
Yes, sir.
This is Mark Dawson. I had talked to you a while back. I'm in I believe it was on a private call or something. I think we had exchanged numbers. I don't have your number anymore, but I'm looking for some other TIs on here that can help me out a little bit. You know, I'm in a situation where my son's mother thinks I'm completely crazy and can't really explain to her by myself what's going on and, you know, why and how all this works and me being attacked and, you know, possibly chipped and all this and that. And I'm trying to ask for some help on here, you know, if there's any other TIs that could, you know, help me communicate with her, maybe like on a phone call to let her know what's going on and that this is real.
I do it all the time. Actually, I'd be more than happy to do it for you. A mediator.
Yeah.
I've been targeted for 9 years as of last Thursday, the 15th. And I have serious voice-to-skull synthetic telepathy. And when I get hit very hard.
Me too. Can I get your number, Frank, or you want to? How you want
Sure.
to do that?
508 857 8334. The number's right on our website. It's my personal cell phone.
Gotcha. 508 857 8334.
You got it.
Thank you so much, Frank. And you know, if there's anybody else on here listening, you know, you guys, my number is 502-705-5400. 502-705-5400. If anybody would like to shoot me a text and communicate with me, you know, that'd be great. You know, we can chat, you know, other times than on the conference call, you know. I'm willing to help out with anybody else, you know, if they need me. You know, I know a lot as well.
There's Marilyn, Vicky, Luda. We've got all kinds of people on here that would, I'm sure, love to speak with you. And
thanks, Frank.
Mike Mason, and Chris or Huggy Bear, when Mike Mason, his throat heals up a little bit, he's a great one to talk to. But he likes to speak to people from New York.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Matt. I didn't see you here. Yeah, sure. We'll take good care of you. The best we can. You can call me tomorrow if you like, right around 1:30, because I'm usually up half the night working, and I usually sleep from early morning until early afternoon, like 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'll give you a call tomorrow around about that time, kind of let you know my situation a little bit. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and I can add your wife as well to the call if you like.
Right. Well, yeah, it's kind of a tough situation. We're actually in a court, in family court right now. You know, she's you know, I'm trying to see my son again, and you know, she's got everything on hold because I told her that, you know, I believe, you know, I was possibly shipped by the government while going under anesthesia in a tonsil surgery back in 2014 and 15. And I kind of told her a couple of things that, you know, sounded kind of unbelievable, and she thought that I was losing my mind. So
yeah,
this
that's for people's first thought. This is dominated by women too, 80 to 20 is my estimation, and puts women through hell. Puts men through hell too, but a lot of us don't come forward. And I think you're only seeing the beginning of men coming forward.
Yeah, I'm trying to find somebody, Frank, who do you know anybody that can be scanned for any kind of chips or anything like that? I mean, I'm still trying to look for people, doctors, any places where anybody knows where I could be scanned for any kind of.
I'm not sure if Melinda Kidder and Dr. Staninger are still working or not. Perhaps somebody on here does. I know Melinda Kidder retired for a while, and then she decided to start doing it again.
Yeah, this is how far I am here. I've went and seen Melinda Kidder, and I've gotten some scans done, and they come up positive. I've got the signals. I've taken all my signals to Dr. Hildegard Staniger, and she's researched these signals, and I've got a lot of direct hits licenses from a Boeing company, from a military air base, satellite. I've got a lot of licensed places that are attacking me. I've got all this. I just don't have, neither one of them do scans. Melinda Kidder did a scan, and, she didn't find certain things that Dr. Staniger was kind of talking to me about. I don't really remember what she was telling me, but there's a guy in Utah. His name is John Kingston. He's the only one I know, and I've been trying to find a way to get to him. He scans for some other different things. I don't know the names of them. I'd have to get on my emails and look, but I just kind of wanted any info if anybody's heard anything about anybody else. I haven't been on a conference calls in a while, and I'm just kind of seeing if anybody's had come across anybody that's doing any scans.
Hey, Mark.
Well, you just brought up the best people that are doing it. I mean, you got tested positive, and you have locations for them, or not? Yeah, I do. I mean, I got all kinds of paperwork. I've got files. I've got I'm being tagged by a lot of places, man. I mean, I can't even remember all of them. I just got these signals. I had 14 signals coming to my body. All I'm needing really now is the money to save for a lawyer. I'm also kind of trying to go back. Huh? Yeah. Who are you going to go after? Yeah, you got to come up with a target for your lawsuit. And if you go in there alone, you might not do so well. But
no,
I suggest you go to Janet Hall at janethall.com and get a hair sample as well. Get as much evidence as you can.
janethall.com.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who is this?
This is Frank Allen. Janet Hall actually does hair sample work. I think I mentioned
Yeah, who is she? I've never heard of her.
Yeah, she does hair sample work. Go ahead, Janet.
Well, she's a naturopath, and she also she does hair sample testing, and she also does consults how to address certain kinds of physical problems with herbal medicine. I did a consult with her, and I found her to be extremely knowledgeable and helpful. And she also does hair analysis.
Well,
So
I don't know how that worked for me.
You can take it off your body. I've spoken with her as well, and she is an amazing woman. The one thing that she doesn't have in her bag is being able to test for nanotech. And let's see, somebody mentioned Melinda Kidder. Isn't she the investigator back in the Midwest somewhere?
Yeah, she's from Columbia, Missouri. Yeah.
And who's the guy you said it was? John who?
John. His name is John Kingston. He communicates with Kingston, Kingston, or something like that. He's from AAA Security in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh, I know who that is. Oh, okay. Because there's a guy out there that'll bump you up to $1,500 to come to your home, and then tell you nothing's wrong, and then leave.
Who?
With your check. AAA Investigations or whatever they are.
AAA Security.
You know, there's so many AAAs out there. You have to be specific. You know.
Yeah. What have you heard about them?
There's a company out there, and it sounds like AAA to me. And they come to your house, they charge you $1,500 and tell you nothing's wrong, and leave with your check. So there's a lot of rip-offs out there. You should call me before you commit to anything, and I'll tell you whether you're getting burned or not.
Okay.
There was a lady in California that was working with a lab that did test for nanotech in a hair test. Is anybody aware? I can't remember her name. Janet Hull was one of two people that told me about her, but we could never get a hold of her. She either quit or disappeared. Anybody know about her?
Never heard of her, Jesse.
That's connected to a lab that can test.
Do you know the name of the lab?
I can't remember the name of the lab. Really, I haven't been able to. I've been looking for a year, and I haven't been able to find a lab anywhere that is doing this kind of testing anymore for nanotech, which is understandable.
Yeah, it's funny, the way the human hair is formed, it would seem to me that it would be very hard for nanotech to even get into the hair. But, you know, stranger things have happened.
What was it, Carrie, the nun?
I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
No. Oh, okay.
Anyway, does anybody know of any lab that does any kind of testing to look for nanotech?
Good question.
I think that
I'm sorry.
I think that nanotech is made out of many different things. It can be even made out of like stainless steel. You know, what it is coatings. Like if they use it in a drug, they'll take like a molecule or two of or whatever, you know, like microscopic amounts of the medicine, coat it with something that dissolves at a certain rate, then they'll coat that with another layer of medicine, and then coat that with something that dissolves more quickly than the inner one, and they go through. It's kind of like a layered sphere, so you can have many different chemicals, but I think that some of those chemicals are unnatural to the body, so it would show up in your hair as like some sort of, like if it's titanium or whatever the hell it is, that they're using as a coating, it would show up in your hair, but it wouldn't show up as a sphere or a nano anything. It would just show up as an odd chemical in your body that might, they can't say that it came from nanotech. It could have come from eating.
I know a procedure that work.
Janet was the one that suggested that, and she was the one that said that this lab could test for nanotech in the hair. Now, we're talking about nanotech specifically that's related to AI, to be more specific.
Okay, and nanotech that's related to AI, from what I understand, is done with nanoparticles, correct?
Could be, yes. Or injected.
Nanoparticles.
In my case, probably injected.
Okay, those are biospheres, which that's the medical term for them, is biospheres. And they don't only use them in targeting, they use them in all kinds of drugs. And they do use them in injections, and they're not good for your heart, and they shouldn't be going through your body, and it's a bunch of crap. But your body's got to filter out whatever dissolves. And so that's going to end up in your kidneys, your liver, and it also goes out through your skin and your hair. Your body will dissolve.
Also in chemtrails, too. Sorry. I just wanted to add to what you were saying. They're also in chemtrails. I'm going to mute.
Yeah, and that could...
So for me, I've had conversations with some other TIs. So since this happened with me, I've had a body temperature that's always between 99.5 and 101.5. Been steady for over a year. I've had certain things like CRISPR DNA editing. I don't know for sure, but certain things in my body have healed that have been damaged my whole life that are no longer broken. And, a lot of positive things that have happened, but I've always got this high temperature. And just a lot of things have changed about my body. Even my personality has changed since this has happened. So anyway,
I think
trying to
some
find
of it's done with. I think some of it's done with viral components as well. I don't know. I mean, I'm drinking.
Can I
my
myself here?
resolve is drinking pine tea, and that will kill viruses in your system. And
go ahead.
What kind of tea? I'm sorry, I missed that. What kind of tea?
I boil pine cones or pine needles.
Oh, okay.
And I'll put it in my coffee. I will put ginger or cinnamon in it sometimes, but if you look into that online, you'll see that does a lot for your body as far as immunity goes, and it can eliminate viruses if you do it consistently long enough, according to some studies. I'm trying it. It beats suffering, and I feel like I'm getting good results, but...
Cool.
Anyways.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Okay. Can anybody hear me? My name's Emily.
Hi.
I'll introduce myself. Hi.
Go ahead.
What I've experienced... Hey, everybody. Wow, this is so cool. I've never really... connected like this, but I went to Melinda, and she discovered through the camera technique, which she said was something called graphite in my body. So it's what it is it's graphene, and they're able to make sort of like veins with it, with light, I don't know if anybody's really affected by light, but I can't take hardly any light except for incandescent I can handle. But you could see these black veins in my body via certain kind of camera. And I don't know how it's getting in there. I feel like it's been through people giving me water with something in it, or I don't know how it is, but that's how I feel like I've been rewired. And it's graphene. That's what it's called. So are you familiar with that? As a nano kind of material?
What you just said, I'm not familiar with it as far as nano goes, but I know for a fact that you can take a pencil and you can draw an electrical diagram on a piece of paper, and you can operate like a light bulb if you hook up a battery on the other end. So graphite can be used. Look that up online. So if they're using graphite,
yes, she saw it. She with the camera. She said she only saw it in one other person that was like from Italy, and I'm from Pennsylvania. So I mean, it was and
have you ever looked at what's her name? Oh God, Deborah Tavares. What is her? She has a lot of YouTube videos concerning the dark dots that are in your skin. You can see them with not a microscope, one of those things that you can put on. I'm short term. I'm sorry, but her name, the YouTube channel is. I'm gonna have to come back.
Is it Stop the Crime?
StopTheCrime.net.
Yeah.
She has a lot of targeting YouTubes now. She is as well a targeted individual. A lot of her YouTubes are not with her on there anymore because they've targeted her so severely. But she has one of those things that you put over to make things bigger so that you can see them. I can't really think I'm on total short term. But if you go to that, you might be able to find out what's going on.
Right.
The lady from Philadelphia, I think graphenes are a structure that the nanites, what do they call them? Self-assembling nanites make up a structure.
Exactly. And if you aim light at them, or something like maybe I had this information written down somewhere else, but if like you can take like a green light and a blue light and it makes it form a line.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So let's say it's in your bloodstream, you can get like veins formed, like wires made in people.
Yeah.
That's how they're doing it.
The self-assembling nanites can take up many structures, and I guess electromagnetics can cause them to move. I don't know how it's done and why they take up certain structures in different areas of the body. That's beyond me, but they're in there and they do it in graphene as one structure. I guess it's common.
Yeah.
It's like I thought it was a hexagonal kind of, or like a cubist.
Yeah, no, I think it's linear as well. It's not just that, like I've seen it of the brain where they can do it of the brain like that. But
Are you using anything to protect your head? Right now, I have 25 coats of aluminum foil, which is not a good form of protection. I also have a helmet on. We wear it to bed. The only time we take it off is when we're bathing. A lot of it is installed into our brain, some form of a liquid fluid, and that can cause it to go directly into your bloodstream. So maybe a helmet, and maybe not a baseball helmet, like a bike helmet. You got to secure it. You got to make sure that it's totally covered. A friend of mine gave me that idea. I didn't use it, but it's helping me to be able to function a little bit better.
Yeah, it's. I'm hit with different kinds of technology. Therefore, at different times, like tinfoil will be. It's like a total relief to have it on, and other times I can feel that it's receiving something, and I can't wear it. There's also the fabrics that you can buy.
Are you keeping your hair clean? Don't use shampoo. Don't use conditioner. This is just my own opinion. I make my own homemade soap out of lye, but I make it to the point where it is good. It doesn't burn or anything, and we wash our hair sometimes twice a day, sometimes once a day. It all depends on how we're feeling. But you wash your hair and you cover it with a plastic, like a shower cap. It works. It might help. It might help. And then you put something like a hooded sweatshirt on, and then you put your helmet on. Kind of layer it up. It might help. It's helping us. It's just a suggestion.
Mhm. Well, I mean, I think that so much is going on that I never know. I feel like when they know I'm aware of one form of targeting, then another one's going to be snuck in. In the summer, I tend to get blasted through the vents. Like if I'm driving, I've gotten something that looks like, I mean, I'll call it mustard dust, but it was like this yellow vapor came in the car a couple times. That happened to me 3 times while driving. Somebody came in front of me. I don't even like to call them perps because I don't like that to give them to really even earn that name. But the people that are doing the targeting, I've had every which kind of thing, but I don't want to get, on a I find that there are ways. I just want it out of my body. I don't want any of this stuff in my body, as we all know. And so staying ahead of what they can do next, I would appreciate. Because one time somebody threw out plants. They gave me plants because I love plants. And they were like, oh, my mother, sold her house. So would you like these plants? And I took the plants. I was like, oh, great, wow, this is wonderful. Thank you so much. And I took the plants into my house, and they were laden with some kind of poisonous, it was awful. I was itching all over and sneezing, and I could feel like electrified. So whatever's in me, it reacts to certain things. And then plus I have had the scans. I'm so glad to be connected, but I do want to say something about Melinda Cook-Kidder's examinations. I do feel like there's something going on in that she will not, I don't know if she's, I think she wants to help, but I also think she has to be careful that she's not targeted. So there's certain things that she's, doing to prevent herself from getting targeted. So it is true we have to go to different sources continuously to get our proof so that these people don't get wiped out. Does that make sense? Anybody?
Sure.
I know she needed 5 references from me, and 5 people, those same 5 people, I feel like they're getting targeted now. So I don't think that we should have to give her references, put it that way. I'm not saying everything how I feel, because I don't believe in, I just think we need to also be careful how we do things. But anyway, I can see black lines that are not veins in my body. Straight lines in my forehead. I have something in the middle of my head. I have things in my eyes. I have stuff all over, and it's I'm hoping that there are ways to. I just want it out. Like we know. We want it to stop. We want it out. And this thing with Nils Messer or whatever, we can't give up because I know that's a big letdown for everybody. We're all like, what did he say? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? And then all of a sudden it's like, wait, what happened? What did he say? Because I read the report of what he said. It was like the biggest shock. But our momentum, I feel like as PI community, was on a push forward. So I don't want us to lose that, and we will get there. That's I just want to put this out there. let's just keep going with it, and keep organizing and doing what we can. And the problem with me sometimes is I'm so sick or I get fog. Whatever I used to do, it's like I can't do anymore. And I have to just keep pushing through it. You know, if I used to make a list every day of lots of things, all of a sudden my hand's not working anymore. But we just have to keep finding new angles that we can help with this and keep going. Because I can't, it's hard. People don't believe you when you tell them what's happened to you. And I get really tired of, like, Emily, you know, you're great or whatever, but who's going to do this to you? Why would anybody want to do this thing? Don't you realize how, you know, crazy this sounds? And you can explain it to people, you know, but they just don't get it. I might be skipping around a little bit, but I feel very passionate about this. And I have children that are targeted terribly. And that's my biggest reason why I can't be real secret about, if I have to be the sacrificial whatever in my family, I will, you know. But the targeting has to stop because it's terrible. I couldn't imagine trying to hurt a person a little bit like this. I would never want to try to aim something at them to hurt them, put a biosensor in their body, which I have, and test them and watch them. Just none of that. None of that.
You live in city of Philadelphia, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Inside the city of... That's where my targeting began. In 1998 is when I first started noticing stuff I would later learn was called being targeted. And I didn't know any of this stuff. I didn't know what it was called. I didn't know anything about technology or nanotechnology then. This was gang stalking. I don't hear much about that on these calls. But it's a big problem for a lot of people.
Gang stalking is horrible here. It's worse here than anywhere I've been.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it started for me in 1998 in Philadelphia, and it's been continuing ever since. And, of course, there's all this technology and directed energy weapons and everything else, and, gang stalking alone can destroy somebody's life, even if none of the other stuff existed. For instance, I had to get a new used car because my old one died, and got it on September 23rd. And the 7 or 8 times since then, I've had intentional vehicle interference, 4 of them being really dangerous, obvious attempted causes of accidents. You know, and I'm a guy who's been hit by a truck on purpose not a 18-wheeler, but a pickup truck on purpose on a highway going 70 miles an hour. And the lawyer who helped me deal with it, I was his last client before he went to work at the Pentagon. And so I call that gang stalking, all that automobile crap, you know, and that's really dangerous too. And
I had that happen. I was hit. I was cornered and hit from rear-ended, totaled my pickup truck. Totaled the pickup truck, which isn't that easy to do from behind. And it was all staged. It was all staged, and it's horrible and it's scary. They were like, Emily,
do you think there's... I live in I live near the capital, Harrisburg now, and I lived in Philadelphia for about 5 years. And do you think there's something about Philadelphia that, you know, like the politics and the social climate and all that breeds these kind of people who are willing to do this to fellow American citizens? Harrisburg,
I think that the infraguard is big in this area, and you've got Delaware, New Jersey.
I'm talking about the populace, just the people who don't know anything, that are willing idiots, flying monkeys that will do this stuff at the bidding of infraguard or the cops or whoever gets them into it. I don't know. It seems I didn't know what this guy really was getting at a long time ago. About 5 years ago, I met this guy at a dog park. He worked at a supply room in a prison, and I told him I used to live in Philadelphia, and he said, "Oh, the People's Republic of Philadelphia." And he's like a conservative guy, so he was intimating that Philadelphia is like super commie, like super radical left, like this Antifa BLM crap, that kind of stuff. And I don't know. I'm not trying to describe a political party to this stuff or even a right or a left thing, but there's like these ideologies like that spring up in certain cities. Well, mainly cities, major cities.
Well, I think it's
a
mind control. I think it's a signal.
That's true.
I got a signal on my radio broadcasting a whole area. It was the whole area because I kept going nuts in this house I was staying in, and I'm like, okay. So I forget if I put it on a low FM or a low AM station, and I went in front of the property where I was, and this whole area, 3-block radius, was like bam, 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 this weird signal. And I looked at the faces of the kids getting out of school and the people at the corners. Nobody was happy. How can you be a kid getting out of school and you're not playing and happy? They looked miserable. The next block, they looked horrible. The other one,
that very, very well could be. There's other reasons not to be happy, and it depends where you live. And I lived in a ghetto, and there's a lot of shootings and things like that. That puts a damper on people's mood too. But that could also be caused by broadcast.
Philadelphia, PA.
I just got unmuted. Somebody muted me.
Yeah, I did. I thought it was you. Philadelphia, PA. We don't need you pushing the buttons on your phone. Thank you.
Who? Her? Me? I'm not in Philadelphia.
Not you.
Oh, her.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that lady I was talking to, I don't know. I heard a lot of weird stuff, and then I got cut off, and now that lady's gone, and anyway.
I want to say something about what you said about crime and cities. And I also wanted to make a comment about Black Lives Matter. In no way, shape, or form that people know that this is happening to us. I think would be surprised at how many people in the country know that we're targeted. And they're not going to do anything. So when you have 20 to 30 black men in your brain molesting you, like by the time the call started, I was molested 3 to 4 times. I had a bag of ice in my crotch. I'm totally frustrated. I feel trapped. This happened last night. It happens every night. It happens every day that black men are raping me repeatedly, and black women. The hive mind it's quite awesome, and it's quite real. These are real people, and the only thing they can consider is sex. It's a sex hive mind, and they gang rape people in Montgomery County in Ohio. And these are black people. So when people talk to me about Black Lives Matter, or when they're pushing this agenda, I'm no longer interested because I've reached out to every single human rights organization that I could think of across the planet about my black life, and it's not considered. And these black men are in their 40s and 50s and 60s. They should know better. They're doing remote neural monitoring gang rapes of young black men. There were they add and subtract people to the hive. the operator of remote neural monitoring in this county, whoever this person is, I don't know who it is, they add teenagers, they add young adults and elderly people, but they are gang raping each other repeatedly. I have to hear this nonsense, and I'm trying to be as normal as possible with a bag of ice in my crotch. So any culture can commit this kind of crime. And see, they don't think they're going to get caught. The test of a human is, what do you do when you know you're not going to get caught by the police? I've been saying this since grade school. What would the world be like without the police department? It would be pure hell.
Yes.
The reason why there isn't more crimes committed is because we have the police department. We all know this. I've called the police. Every single one of us have called the police. The other thing I want to say is when the crack, because see, I've been into conspiracy theories most of my life, and I was a pro-black person, Pan-Africanism. I was a black militant growing up, and that stopped. But no one told you to smoke crack. No, the CIA didn't mind control you to buy cocaine and sell it cheap as crack cocaine and baking soda. Nobody told you to cook crack cocaine in your apartment.
They just dumped it in the neighborhoods. The CIA just dumped it in the neighborhoods.
But I'm not a crackhead. It was in my neighborhood.
Not everybody.
You didn't smoke crack. You see,
I have, actually.
That people are trying to blame the white race for everything. That when you decide to destroy your neighborhood across the country and make the whole planet watch the police department try to single-handedly stop millions of criminals, in particular black criminals, from destroying their neighborhood with crack cocaine, gang-banging, violence with machine guns. People all across the country were being murdered by black men. It was a war. And when the president said a war against drugs, a lot of black people thought it was a conspiracy. Oh, they're after us because we're black. No, because your black ass called the cops because crackheads were breaking into your house, that the drug dealers were shooting people in the neighborhood, and thousands and millions of people's lives were destroyed across the country. And the majority of the people causing this harm were black, okay, and they got a way out with flaky black liberal politics that said instead of black people going into the black neighborhood and kicking the shit out of these black guys and kicking them out of the neighborhood and killing them, instead what we got was police brutality because the cops became more aggressive. I swear to you this is the truth because I'm black and I lived through this shit. That the cops were called by elderly black women and black mothers and kids and everybody. Please help us. These black guys are after us. They were called zombies. And no matter what you did, the next week you were robbed. Your car was stolen. You'd wake up, the TV was gone. You'd wake up, there was another death in the neighborhood. People were shooting each other, and guns were purchased en masse to defend themselves against black people. And so, and then black politics said, it's the CIA, the government did it. No, the government didn't do it. Your black ass destroyed black America, okay? So the cops are now psychotic against us, and this is a legacy of police brutality. The psychology between cops evolving out of Jim Crow. Now, a perp tried to make me say this because my gang stalkers smoke crack. Oh. Okay, and they sell crack, and they are outrageous. They want to devour the country, and they want more crack. Every time they make porn, every time they rape someone, they're given crack cocaine. So it makes my life even more brutal. So my point is that, you know, when you think about the police department and the black community, don't think about picking cotton or Jim Crow. Think about the crack era when the cops were hired en masse and trained in special units were created to handle drug dealers alone, that these dudes were making millions of dollars. That many of the hip-hop artists that we all like, they sold crack. Biggie Smalls sold crack.
Remember the cocaine
Right.
scandal back in the South Central Los Angeles? The Reagan administration. George Bush was the head of the CIA, became vice president to Ronald Reagan. The Clintons were getting some of that up in Mena, Arkansas. That's when they basically took metric tons of cocaine from South America off the books to fund money to fund the Nicaraguan. The rebels were fighting Nicaragua and the Mujahideen over in Afghanistan to fund them off the books because the American people through Congress wouldn't allow us to put that money into there, so they had to get it another way. So they basically dumped tons of crack. I think the CIA probably invented crack, brewed it up for the first time. They had the money in the labs to do it without wasting the money and ruining the batch. And
the labs were in housing projects in small little houses in the Midwest.
No, before
Any
that,
black
though,
kid,
they were in government laboratories. The CIA wasn't
black
putting it inside.
No, listen. Black when someone black goes to Texas
Before
or South.
That. I'm talking about before that.
Before that. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just follow my chronological
point is this.
I'm talking about a chronological order in history. I'm not talking
right,
about
but you know what? If you say the government makes LSD and a bunch of white kids in the suburbs drop, I know. But what I'm saying is that why is it that your choice, you make a bad choice and it's a conspiracy? Just because the government creates LSD or crack cocaine, your choice. You're a person, you're a human, you're an American. You chose to drop LSD and go insane. You chose to sell crack and destroy your community, and the welfare epidemic escalated because there was a bunch of girls that got pregnant being prostitutes trying to sell themselves to get crack. And there were thousands of black babies being born. They were called crack babies.
Yeah,
Thomas Shaz.
I remember all this. I'm 47 years old. Yes.
The Thomas Shaz, he's a great psychiatrist who exposed the difference between behavior and brain damage. That the psychiatric community is a fraud. That it's your choice to smoke crack. Now, the technology of gang stalking, they choose to beat us remotely. There's a person that hears your brain in the morning. They could have easily said to you, I don't know how we're communicating with each other, but I'm going to abuse you because I'm a psychopath. I mean, these are choices. Just because the government gives you remote neural monitoring, it doesn't mean that you should use it on housewives. So,
yeah. No, yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Mr. Rogers is coming to get me.
This is treason. They're doing it to fellow American citizens, these weapons of war, destroying people, harming them, their own citizens or civilians, whatever, people in America, just normal people. This is war crimes done upon one's own populace by the government and military and the agencies in between them and filtered all throughout the police and everything are in on this. Not all of them, not every single individual, but it's
how many? Ask yourself how many gang stalkers you've seen that were white women. That and no one ever thinks of white women as a threat. But we have all been psychologically abused by white women driving cars, harassing us in public, talking to us in synthetic telepathy, and they get away with it, and we can't find these bitches, and everyone wants to talk about...
I've had 2 honeypots that were white women.
She made a choice. My point is that people are making a choice to act a certain way, and we don't accept it. I don't want to be followed by a bunch of silly-ass white bitches in white cars, and I don't want to hear black men tell me to play with my vagina or they're going to rape me. I have seen simulated microwave rapes, imposed feelings, and these black guys are smoking crack, they're selling crack, they're selling porn for crack.
If I hear
so we have, well, okay, my point is this. We have dangerous Americans who are not military people, that are civilians, that are gang stalkers, and we have the right to defend ourselves against crack addicts, against gang stalkers, and whomever else tries to hurt us. Because our lives are in our lives are in danger as TIs. These people are they are trying to drive me insane, okay? And I'm not going to tolerate this shit anymore. I'm not going to tolerate this bullshit about Black Lives Matter, because there's a bunch of black guys that drove the police department insane, and then we got targeted as an ethnicity because these black guys didn't want to fucking go to college and go be an engineer.
BLM is not a friend of black people.
Can I
They're
speak a
an
minute?
organization.
Marilyn, I've got something to say to you. The best advice that everyone had about real-life gang stalkers was to ignore them. They go away, okay? If they get a reaction out of you and they know that you notice what they did had an effect on you, they keep doing it. If they, it's like, maybe somebody's making, this is just an example, but they're making faces at you, okay? And you just ignore it. They're not going to sit there for an hour making faces at you if they don't get a reaction. So what you're doing by venting is you're letting them know that they're getting to you, and so they're doing it to you more because you just keep
No,
going.
You can't. I disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree. The French...
You're giving them your attention, not only when they do it, but
no,
after.
This is a war. This is a war. I have to tell the people of this country what is happening to me and what's happening to you. This is not something that you can ignore. You should tell and you should respond. To me, I don't want to be, a lunatic responding to this. I'm just simply stating the fact that conveniently, black people are now gang stalking in a very high level. And the people that they recruited to do this, the people that they recruited to do this were drug addicted, mainly because they're easier to pay. It's cheaper to have a crackhead. A crackhead will be more abusive in R&M and gang stalking you than a regular black person. So if they're recruiting people that are very dangerous, and I'm upset. Okay, I can't take it anymore, Lori. I'm so scared. Okay, I'll stop
Marilyn,
talking.
I think it's very socio-economical rather than race. Whether you're black or white or Spanish or Asian or whatever, if you're poor, you're desperate for money, and if someone says sneakily, like, hey, do this for some money, and make it sound like you're just doing some innocuous thing that's not going to harm anybody, but really it's targeting somebody, they're going to do it. And it doesn't matter if you're black or white. Poor people, not all of them, but some people are desperate, and some will knowingly do stuff for money that will harm another person. And they figure, hey, this person that's offering me money to do this is official. They're from the police or the government, or, they have some kind of power. And so I'm protected when I do this. And then they feel like they're part of a club, like they're some special kind of person, and not subject to the rules of the average person on the street. They feel like they're higher than that. And then it becomes a power thing, and then it's like a cult kind of mentality that happens. But these assholes at the top of the pyramid that bring all this stuff down to the street level, they prey on people, like the weaknesses of people, poverty. And people will do almost anything for money. If you're starving, you'll steal or whatever, and that's what you see. A lot of the street level gang stalkers are, they're
right,
assed out.
Because a gift card, when someone says, remember when everyone used to say, well, not everyone, when lots of TIs would say, they give them gift cards. What kind of broke asshole is going to torture you for a gift card unless he's a broke asshole? I mean, like a gift card, you're going to torture me for gift cards? You must be broke. And you must be dumb and crazy. I mean,
I don't think all of them know. I think a lot of them don't know what they're doing. They're just not filled in the blanks. There's, for instance, you could say to a homeless person, okay, the person who knows your schedule, the surveiller, the high-upper gang stalker, knows you're headed this way because they've watched your patterns. They know you're going to go to this store around this time of day because that's usually what you do. And they hire a homeless person, say, hey, I'll give you $5 to stand here and blather and swear and be obnoxious, especially to a person that's about this height and this color hair when they walk by about this time. And they're like, okay, I get $5. All I have to do is blah, 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 blah. And then you walk by and they do that, and they don't know that 5 or 6 other people have been orchestrated like that throughout every day of your life for the last 20 years. Yeah, there's a lot of that. That's a lot of gang stalking. These people, these people at the low end on the street level, they don't really know what the hell they're doing. They just do what they're told or for money, and it's pitched to them in a way that sounds like they're just doing some stuff that.
I just want to say, like, there are TIs that are targeted in the hood, okay, and some of them are white and some of them are black. Targeted individual in Atlanta, he's got a lot of black people torturing him. Now, people who are from this kind of territory in the country are different, okay? This is not black suburbia, okay? I'm not talking about the Cosby Show. But when they recruit these people, like Kanika Jenkins, a beautiful black girl in Chicago.
I'm familiar with that.
She was gang stalked by a black kid, and supposedly her organs were sold.
Probably, yeah.
So there were these pretty girls that came forward, and there were videos, and they said, I didn't want to say anything, but I'm a targeted individual, and so is she. So there's all these kids who are really sweet that live in these poor communities, and they get gang stalked and destroyed and murdered. And she was murdered by her own people, and black people. And they aren't her people. These are just people that have dark melanin. They're melanated people that decided to be a gang stalker. So when black people are mine,
yes.
Right? Because white people don't say stupid shit like that. White people don't say my people are after me. Black people say a lot of dumb shit. And that's why a lot of people.
Dumb shit.
Let me finish. A lot of people who are black say stupid shit, like my people, because I used to do it. Those are not your people. You don't know these black people across the world. Don't say like we're all together, because we're not. You're a liar and you're a mind-controlled zombie from the Civil Rights era. There is no we. You are human or you're not. You're either a good person or you're a bad person or in between. But don't feed me this bullshit that my people are after me, because I already went through that shit and the gang stalkers knocked it out of me, basically. Kanika Jenkins was a beautiful girl with melanin of African descent from Chicago. She was put in a freezer and murdered. Some other black kids helped these guys get her organs. She was a TI. There's thousands of them in Chicago. They're in the projects.
Yep.
All over the country, there's TIs that are in these filthy fucking projects being gang stalked, and they hear somebody in their building talk to their brain, and it's a dumbass black person. Now, I say that trumps Black Lives Matter. And until black activists handle...
That's not Trump's. Black Lives Matter is not Trump's thing. Definitely not. Or Antifa.
No, I mean, you know, if you're not going to talk about remote neural monitoring as an activist on the planet, you're not an activist to me, because this is not the 60s. This is 2020. They are listening to our thoughts, and they are looking through our eyes, and they're shooting us in our asses with directed energy weapons. And so Martin Luther King is over with. Okay, Woodstock is over with. Vietnam is over. This is bigger than Vietnam. This is bigger than World. It's not. World War II was a nightmare, and I don't want to disrespect that.
It's bigger, but all the pieces matter, and history is never dead as long as you can remember it. It's not covered or papered over. And look at the Civil Rights era and what good that did. And compare it to this new modern, whatever they call it, social justice or whatever, that manifests as people burning shit down, looting, flash mobs, attacking and hurting individuals. What the hell? This is garbage compared to what Martin Luther King and people that helped him accomplish from the 50s, 60s, up until now. There was a lot of progress made towards real racial equality. And now this garbage that's sprung up in the last few years that came out of colleges and these crazy-ass Marxist professors, but these kids got out of colleges, went into the workforce. Now it's in corporations and shit. My God, now they have this crap in, like, military-industrial complex things. Some guy, whistleblower from Sandia Labs that deals with nuclear armaments, has this, like, critical race theory crap going on where they're teaching all their workers, if you're white, you're racist and you don't realize it, and if you're black, you're a victim and you don't realize it, and everything's all racist, and America's racist, and everybody walk on pins and needles around each other, and all you think about race, that's all that's what a
okay, but you know what, in addition to that, this is synthetic telepathy. Most of the activists on the planet are probably on R&M. So this is like some kind of a game. If you're in a protest, there's probably somebody looking through your eyes as you protest the cause, whether it's violently or there were lots of protests that were peaceful. There were peaceful protests about justice. Yeah. But a lot of these people don't know that they have cameras in their eyes. That's the point. And so they're naive and they're outdated and they're mimicking people from the past. And that's how you learn. I mean, you don't want to be mean to people because they don't know what's going on or they're outdated. Their tactics, the tactics don't work anymore because now they can read your mind. So you have to, your strategies, right. So they already saw you plan. They saw these people plan a protest. No, wait. They watch you become a protester. There's a group of people watching you to blow up the federal building. There's a group of people watching you to when TIs lose their mind and become an active shooter. There's a hive of people watching. There's a hive of people watching them plan it, and they don't stop it. So this is something else that most criminals, most prisoners, most people that go to jail now have cameras in their eyes when they're doing the crime. So there's somebody ruling the world, and it's not the government. Yeah. The government, I don't believe, controls the world. I don't know who it is.
They've captured the government. It is a super ultra national kind of crime syndicate that has captured not only our government in America, but other governments around the world. It's what people call it the deep state, the shadow government, but this is global, and hence the New World Order. This is what it is. I mean, and these poor kids, I mean, and I don't feel sorry for a lot of them because they're burning buildings down and hurting people, beating people up, and everything. I'm really pissed off at these little assholes.
Right, but I'm more pissed out. I'm more pissed off about the whole concept about remote neural monitoring.
Yeah,
BTK do.
Because that's the stuff that orchestrates some of what these little assholes are doing. Some of it is they would do it anyway because they're just little assholes, but a lot of it, they can be influenced. We don't know to what extent, how much they're influenced, but it can be done. We know that. I mean,
now wait, you know what else is interesting? I have people who are receiving what's called welfare that are torturing me. So they're being funded. The government, the Fed, is paying them to sit on their fat ass, and they just sit all day on welfare and they look through my eyes. And I'm like busting my ass, trying to show that I have a life. And they're on welfare and they're looking through my eyes and they're torturing me and molesting me. These black women. I got 3 ghetto ass losers, these chicks, Keisha Jones, Tasha Williams, Michelle Miller. There's probably other black chicks that are torturing me and molesting me. And they love it. That even being a woman doesn't necessarily mean that you won't be a brutal piece of shit. Being a female doesn't guarantee that you're a sensitive person because you have a uterus and breast. Some of the worst gang stalkers are women. I mean, they're really right. And so, feminist
it's
theory.
Are you a decent human being or not? I mean, really, when you break it all down, there's good people smart enough to know what's going on, and there's total idiots that can be conned into doing almost anything and anyone and not know what they're doing. And there's asshole evil people that know what they're doing and will do it just because they enjoy it because they're sadistic and and
I mean,
they're,
can you
they're
imagine?
white, black, female, male, everything.
Yeah, they're everything. Can you imagine being a woman and sitting there and watching someone's life? They're not wearing headgear. All they do is they close their eyes and they can see through your brain, and they just lay there like a vegetable and just say the most horrendous things, and they're collecting welfare. And when you tell people this, they're like, there's nobody on welfare listening to you and talking to you. Yes, there is. Kevin from L.A., me and Kevin have a similar targeting. And
Kevin Christian?
No, Christian has a similar targeting as mine. They're wearing him down.
That's what I think about when you're saying what you're saying. It sounds like what that guy says.
Right. And he thinks he knows where they live in Atlanta. I was talking about Los Angeles Kevin. There's a Florida Kevin, Los Angeles Kevin, and there's Atlanta Kevin. Los Angeles Kevin, he is going through the same kind of targeting. His birthday is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be at midnight. Happy birthday, Kevin. But he has gangbangers listening to him, looking through his eyes. Can you imagine? You live in you live in the most famous city in the country, and you got gangbangers raping you, and you're a black man. I mean, it's unbelievable. The shit. I mean, thugs. It's thugs. Me and him have thugs.
This all this technology that's being used on all these people traces back up the chain, up high, up to the government, military. I mean, they're not building this stuff themselves. These gangbangers and ghetto people in their apartments putting together mind control technology, tinkering with screws and bolts. This is and I don't know how much these people understand it. It depends how smart they are. Smart, when I say smart, it has nothing to do with good or evil. Some evil people can be extremely intelligent, evil geniuses. Some extremely good people could be dumbasses, really sweet, bless his heart. I don't know what it is. We're being predated. us, normal people, just regular Joes, so to speak. I don't want to put anyone down, but I don't know. I don't think any of us are like highfalutin billionaires, social standing pillars of the community. You know, I don't know. We're just normal people. But it's coming from up above, this stuff, and we're being preyed on by basically the wealthier, connected, powerful, influential class that has, political and connections and tons of money, and even beyond them, there's goddamn trillionaires sitting in castles in Europe and China and stuff like that are the New World Order, man. It's a top-down, trickle-down psychopathy type of thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And they're hooked up too. But what is the difference between a brain that lives in a castle and the brain that lives in a cottage house in Ohio? I mean, I basically dig in the dirt, gardening, and they have never done that ever in their life. They don't even put their own flowers together in a vase.
Yeah, a big difference is their upbringing, their family structure. They're nothing like us. They can't understand. They don't understand 90% of humanity, because all they ever encounter, if you're a trillionaire, is other trillionaires. You don't know how 98% of the rest of humanity thinks, and you don't care to know. You just float in that realm and deal with those people.
You know what? Maybe they're trying to prove that we're pigs, because they hook up these really crazy poor people to us, and they have all these poor people chase us around. And they might be saying, they're all disgusting. It doesn't matter who they are. But there's a frog sound, sorry. But when I say no, when I tell someone in synthetic telepathy that I am not interested in any kind of sexual activity in brain to brain, anything, if you do anything to me that is rape, I'm telling these black men, I said no. Every day I say no. Last night I got on, I don't forget whose call, it was Ella's call. It was actually a really good call. And in the middle of the call, every time there's a call, they rape me. I had to jump in the shower. I felt dirty. And I can imagine somebody's laughing at me, that's got more power than all of the perps. That they think it's funny that we're all being sexually assaulted remotely and tortured. And see, the old me would have said, I can come to your castle and knock you the fuck out. And I do believe it's possible. And that's really what I thought Occupy Wall Street was going to be about, that they were going to they were going to attack the cops. But they didn't even do that. They just bothered them, and I mean, Bloomberg watched them and was like, whatever.
Bloomberg squelched them.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay. So Marilyn Houston is the CEO of Lockheed Martin. There's a bunch of women that are CEOs of all these military contract companies. And if you have any kind of concepts about the French Revolution and then the Haitian Revolution, that basically we're all these grunts on the planet as TIs and perps. Even the perps are just a bunch of losers.
Yeah, mainly, yeah.
Yeah, but, Marilyn Houston, I wonder where her house is. The
ones we encounter are the loser spectrum. I've encountered some higher level perps. You can just tell. Those perps have some money, but most of them are, just poor. They're just street people. If they're lucky enough to live inside a building, they just it is a predation on the average people, especially the poorer people,
It's disgusting. It's disgusting because they're dirty. I mean, ask Frank, where you sense that someone they're not showering and they're ordering pizza and drinking and chain smoking and doing drugs, and they're looking through your eyes. And they don't even know how they're able to do it, and they can't even stop it. You know, because they're talking to me all the time. They're like, close your eyes. I can't stand looking at your house when we're dead. That they're trapped. But the one thing that I've noticed is that their consciousness is further away from me, then it looks blurry. So if they imagine they're in their own neighborhood, they're not going to really see my kitchen. But if they concentrate on me, it's like they live here. And they're so dumb that sometimes they get trapped.
Yeah. I don't have that kind of interface going on with me personally, but I've heard about it. Like I said, Kevin Christian sounds like what you're saying, what he says. And, I mean, I believe it's probably possible. I don't know, these low-level perps around you in your neighborhood, these poor crack smokers, you're saying they don't have the technology in their possession. They're just interfaced with it, and it's being wielded from somewhere else. And they're like hive-minded with it. Yeah.
My God. Exactly, man. And so a lot of TIs say, like, that's not possible. They target a loser, and then they just talk to them through synthetic telepathy and say, do you want to torture this person? And we'll get you drugs, or we'll get you an apartment. We'll get you alcohol or food or clothing. And they say, sure. And I got this homeless guy. His name's Edward Hamilton. Ugh.
I don't want to interrupt you, but this will help you, like, figure this out. There's a brand new interview of Dr. Robert Duncan. It was done, like, this month on the 21st. No, this is the 21st. Like, you know, it was this month in October. And it's on, let me pull this screen away. I've got some tabs saved. Let me see. Hold on for a second. I'm looking it up. Okay, yeah, here it is. Okay, if you go to the YouTube channel, what the exact name of the video is called is... my screen just swished. Eugene Sonny something. Anyway, it's a brand new Robert Duncan interview. It's an hour long. It was done in October this month. And he talks about the hive minding and, you know, all that stuff. And basically what you're saying, how whole groups and areas of towns and people or cities, whoever it is, you know, poor, rich people, whoever, you know, can be kind of manipulated. And he's not only that, he's talking about that, but not only that, he's talking to a guy who is a TI who also is not only just an inherently smart guy, but he has some kind of, I don't know whether he's in the military or he knows this stuff is real, and he's...
What's the channel it's on? If it's got Dr. Duncan on?
Yeah, my damn computer is so screwing with me right now. 1 second. Let me just...
Okay.
God. Okay, here it is. Okay. Now, let me see. Okay. It's called... Just go on YouTube and look up Fully Operational with Gene Sonny Irvin. That's his last video. So if you look up just look up Eugene Sonny Irvin on YouTube. Okay. And his very last video is an interview of Robert Duncan. It's an hour long. Yeah, this technology is crazy. I mean, I know people are getting an awareness of it, the general public, but that's good.
You know, the hive mind, if you had a bunch of people that were cordial and nice and said, good morning, Marilyn. I see you're having coffee.
Yeah.
Have a great day. And then they stop looking through your ass. This is not what's happening.
Yeah, that's
they're not. They're a bunch of.
I kind of want to kick Robert Duncan. That's what he thinks. He's like, oh, that would be great, wouldn't it? You know, but people are. There's a bunch of assholes.
They're not in theory. Right. But see, there's too many people in the country that are mean and cruel. It's not going to work. Yeah.
Marilyn?
And they're not paying us. If they paid us, they could have called us and said, "Do you want to participate in synthetic telepathy? And we'll buy you a house and we'll take care of you."
Marilyn, this is Dana. Hey, can you tell me what kind of technology they're using to do that?
I have no idea how it works. I've only heard terms like remote neural monitoring, synthetic telepathy, microwave pulse weapons that shoot into your head, and I have no idea how it works.
How do they go into your eyes? I mean, I don't understand that part of it. I mean, I know about the other technologies,
right.
Man, listen to that interview. Robert Duncan. You still might not understand it, but he explains it. Just keep listening to it and try to absorb it. He worked for the CIA, the DIA, the Army, the Navy, DARPA. He worked for all those people. He helped develop these kind of mind-reading technologies before he knew it was going to be used against Americans. He was told this is going to be a weapon of war.
You can find out the terms, but every single TI has someone looking through their eyes. Some of the time, most of the time, or it depends on the people that are attached to you, I think.
Nope, not every single TI. In fact, I'm betting it's a fewer number than you think it is. That has
then
somebody.
You're not a TI. Then you're not. Then you're not a TI. Because there's no purpose. There's no purpose of gang stalking. The purpose of gang stalking is to hook you up to BCI, so that you will be there. Then you're not a TI.
Only some people have that, Marilyn.
I know.
You realize not everybody has what you have.
Okay, you're right. Okay, I didn't say that you had terrorists torturing your brain. I said that if you're a targeted individual, someone can look through your eyes.
When will you accept that not every TI has that? And don't say they're not a TI just because they don't have that.
Now, let me just say this. Now, there's stages to being targeted, and there's different types of targeting. They will do subliminal messaging on you, and you won't hear it. That's one tactic.
And not everybody has that, Marilyn. They haven't got to that point with me.
They won't let you know, sweetheart. They're not going to tell you.
It doesn't matter. I would know because I know myself, and many a TI who shares their story has shared that D2K and R&M didn't come till years later. So you need to realize that not everybody is what you think it is.
They can mute. They can have people look through your eyes and they're on mute. They can turn people on and off.
I would know if they can see.
They have access to your eyes. If you're a TI, that means that they have access to your eyes. Period.
Nope.
And anybody, don't believe her, believe me, you have no privacy. If you're targeted. When you're in the shower and people are talking about you in the shower, they see you grab the soap, they see you grab the shampoo, they watch you make your breakfast, they watch you go to work.
Yes.
And the tragedy about this is you can spend your entire life and they'll never let you know that they watch you.
Through my eyes. They can see everything I do in the shower.
No, they are looking through every single TI's eyes. Period. They don't have to always abuse you. You may never hear them. They may never acknowledge you, but they have full access to your body, your brain, your heart rate, every single thing about your life, your dreams. Some TIs have dreams. You have dream modification.
Get to that level.
If you are having dream modification, there's a fucker who's telling you what to dream. Don't believe her. Believe me. Dream modification is remote neural monitoring. Okay? Someone in your town is looking through your eyes.
Right.
Don't be scared.
Hey, ladies, can I just talk for a second, and then you guys can go back at it? Is that all right? You guys can get back into whatever you were doing. All right, so I think I understand the remote neural monitoring because that's what I'm going through. For that, you actually, I believe you need an implant. So you would have to have
no, you don't.
It's a satellite. Undergone some kind of
implants no longer necessary.
All right. Well, anyway, so if you do have an implant, which is what I'm going through, I have an implant. They can see what you're seeing because the implant has access to your optical nerve and basically your whole entire nervous system. So, yes, this is all possible. It's a different stage. Like people were saying earlier, there's different stages of being targeted. The reason why they need access to your nervous system is because when you're being targeted, they're basically getting all the feedback from what you're going through. So when they're giving you a stimuli, and then you have a response to that. So yes, I do believe that they can see, what you see, and they can hear what you hear, and they can feel what you feel as well. So with that being said, I'm done. And when you guys, can I just say this? So when you're talking on this call, just get out some information and then just say, hey, I'm done talking, so the next speaker or the next person can actually get in. Let's not have
always
one
like
person.
that. We just try to
have
give
one
everybody
person.
a turn.
Right. We have people that are talking for 10 or more minutes, and this is critical for the TIs that are out there to be on this call, and we don't need people shouting at people. Let's try to keep a low tone and keep the
Marilyn
conversation
gets really hit
moving.
up. That's why she just got upset. It's not usually like this, sir.
Right, but we still have to, respect everybody else, that's on the call.
She just got upset.
Thank you.
Marilyn
I'm
goes through
done.
a lot.
I hope I didn't upset you, Marilyn. I was trying to follow the conversation and add what I could.
She goes through a lot, Marilyn. I do too. I'm Scylla, but Marilyn goes through a lot. I hear it. I hear her a lot, and she, she wasn't trying to be out of line or take up too much time or not let other people talk. She goes through a lot. I know she does. I'm not. She didn't ask me to speak for her. I'm speaking for her because I want to, because I go through a lot too, and every single thing she says is absolutely right, and maybe not everybody's going through the same thing or the same stage, but I certainly am. I've been a TI since 2019 that I know of in May, and they hit me up hard. They slam me. They slam me real hard at times, and it may not be the same thing as other people. I get the high blood pressure, and maybe other people are getting other things or got other different or in different stages or what have you. But
I may be going what she's going through, but underestimating it. I felt certain things, and I had inklings that knowing what she says is possible. I've suspected this kind of stuff, but Not always, and I weigh it against,
it's all
okay,
true.
it takes a long process, them learning your biorhythms and DNA stuff. It takes a long time to really hone in on somebody.
They listen to us if they want to listen to us, though.
Yeah.
You know, they turn everything down. They're not going to sit there and listen to every single thing we're saying. You know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, you know, they're not going to sit there and you know, but can they see everything through our eyes? Yes, they can. They can. That's how amazing this superific technology. But it's wrong.
That's possible. I know that's possible.
Not in everybody.
Consensual. That's possible too, ma'am. You're absolutely right. Maybe it's not in
That's
everybody,
good.
but it is with us. You know?
Right, but the assumption shouldn't be made that it's true of every TI, and if it's not true, you're not a real TI. That's a load of crap.
It's just because the way they hook us up through the satellite. So Marilyn's just, you know, saying more than likely, yes, everybody is the same way, even if you're not feeling the same things. Because they can also be silent on you. Because they were silent with me, and now I know. And I'm not going to get into it. And someday maybe I can
and now you know.
But
she was more adamant that if we all don't have what she has, that we're not real TI. So that's where the crap lies.
She's pain and frustrated and pain, and
she is. You know, she is. She's
well, still shouldn't be spreading misinformation.
Well, you're right.
People are just shooting from the hip. They're not thinking that far ahead. Sometimes they're just saying their personal piece. You know.
Right. She
Can you stay in your personal story and don't assume everybody's the same?
Right. Well, you know, I've gotten over 2,000 hours of high blood pressure in 1 year, and I've been screaming my head off all year. You know, I've had over 650 induced dreams a night. There's not a night that doesn't go by that I don't have a stupid dream. You know, it's absolutely sickening. When I close my eyes and I want to rest for maybe a half hour or take a nap, they start flashing pictures. You know, and a lot of it's porn, and it's disgusting. And Marilyn was saying the same thing. You know, some of us women, they really hit us up with the porn, and it's disgusting. And I'm sure the guys too. You know, because I've heard some people say the same stuff. It's ridiculous. And for whatever reason, I've only been on it for 1.5 years now. I hope and pray that they go away, and I know they're not, because you people have been on it a long time. But I hope it gets less, is what I'm saying, and maybe it does. Maybe it does. Maybe they'll stop doing all the dreams, but I'm telling you, I've had induced dreams since January. I have 2 a night. They wake me up 4, 5, 6 times a night. Last night it was 3 times. Most of the time I get woken up, in an 8-hour period I'll get woken up 6 times. And everybody's like, well, why don't you try sleep medication? It doesn't matter what I take. I'd have to be freaking on morphine or something for me not to wake up. If they're going to wake you up, they're going to wake you up. You know, and sometimes when they wake me up, I just kind of roll back over, you know. I don't actually get out of bed. But it's crazy. The sleep deprivation is getting just a little bit better in the last couple weeks, but boy, they had me down to 28 hours 1 week, sleep deprivation, freaking son of a bitches. That's Guantanamo Bay. That's what they did to the Guantanamo Bay people. They're doing 28 hours. They give them sleep a week. What the frick? I'm not like that. I never did anything like those people. This is nuts. Absolutely
Frank,
sickening.
Can I
Sorry, go ahead.
Yep, I'm here.
Hi. Can I just talk just for a minute about what I'm going through? I don't mean to interrupt anybody. I just got on the call.
No, not at all. You're not interrupting.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to say it. I don't even care. I'm in Chicago. And I am, for the first time, experiencing workplace mobbing. And it is nothing short of spectacular. I could never imagine the coordinated effort of people in my wildest dreams. Now,
Because
I've been
they're all
targeted.
online with it. That's why these people get everybody online together who wants to be a part of it. That's why it's so coordinated.
Well, yes. This all started at work with me. Where I started in 2013, it was a Catholic organization, and I saw evidence of. I saw a dox that I shouldn't have seen, or something on an email regarding somebody soliciting for sex with child sex. And then later, about a year later, I saw a bunch of internet traffic on the computer because it was messing up our heating and cooling unit. So I pointed it out to the IT director, who they recruited from the Pentagon, the place did, which to me was always very strange. But at any rate, and I pointed it out to him, and while he was sitting at my computer, I got a text on my telephone that said, "I am now your super admin." And from that moment, that was the last time I had a device that was ever working right. That was probably early 2014. So at any rate, okay, my whole thing went, I'll say, live in October 2015. They were breaking into my apartment. Every residence I've ever had, every room I've ever rented has always been entered. No lock can keep them out. No lock. I've lived in 3 different states. It doesn't matter where. I've had safety deposit boxes in 3 different states. In 2 of the states, it was gone into, things taken out, damaged, vandalized, put back in. I cannot even begin to talk about the extent of all this, okay? But, all right, so I'm just going to be honest with you. I had a firearm without a FOID card, and I got sent to prison, all right? And Frank, you probably recognize, I was incarcerated for almost 2 years. Right before that, Frank, I know that I spoke to you a few times. I know you probably recognize my voice, okay? And do you recognize my voice, Frank?
You sound familiar, yeah.
Oh, okay. At any rate, I was incarcerated for almost 2 years. Okay. I did not feel safe. I'm sorry. My vehicle was, sometimes I didn't feel safe in my apartment. I'd sleep in my vehicle. I'd fall asleep. I'd wake up. I'd have stuff taken out of it was just right there. So then anyway, all right. And it did involve the person who started, it did involve, anyway, 2 years. I was incarcerated for 2 years. A firearm without a FOID card. At any rate, in prison, it was the only time I ever felt okay. The only time I ever felt safe. Got out, I'm in Chicago, I'm in a room. The room is gone into all the time. All the time. Everything tampered with all the time. No lock keeps them out. I'm working in a meatpacking place, and the mobbing is incredible. They have a name for me. I walk by, they all start yelling it. My lockers were being gone into, my wallet, everything. And I just got transferred to another place as a plastics factory, and the same thing just started yesterday. And it's really, really, now, I really am confident, after all of this, and especially what happened in court. And I had a hired attorney, and he was dumbfounded with the sentence. He said, "My God, I don't understand what's going on." And I just, I did. I knew, and I am. This is never ending. This will never. And when people say their goal is to get you incarcerated, I'm here to tell you I was incarcerated and I'm out, and it's worse than it ever was. So I don't know what the goal. I think the goal is, for me, is to kill me. That's what the goal is.
Well, it is for all of us.
Okay, so then, but if you become incarcerated, I'm here to tell you it doesn't let up or anything like that. It's, my papers from there, like court papers, this and that, have changed from what was on the computer, from what I've have in my hand. So I kind of know that this is not just hackers and crime rings. I mean, I guess it's what I never wanted to consider, and that would be arms of the government, because I obviously pissed somebody off. At any rate, I've had 99%. I have no possessions anymore. Nothing. I got nothing. They took everything. They took everything. Everything I own is gone. Walks out the door. They replace it with forgeries. They replace it with inferior things that look kind of the same but isn't. And it's just, how do you call the police? You don't. I never call the police. You got to be kidding me. I did years ago in Alabama, and they just looked at me and said, "There's no sign of breaking and entering, ma'am, so we can't file a police report." I'd be like, "But $2,000 of jewelry has gone." Well, there's no sign of breaking and entering. I'll fill this out, but there's nothing we can do. So, it's really, I think I just want to talk, and I just want to say, there are groups that will congeal and do this in a very concise way. There are groups of people that do stalking for sport. There are. I don't know how they organize. I don't know how they organize. I don't know how they participate.
Online. They just coordinate online on a website about us. They put together a website, or they use Facebook, and they just stay coordinated. They pay people. And exactly, but I think so much of it, well, I do believe that, but there are people that agree to do it, and I don't know what they say. I mean, just last night I worked 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and I hear people, it's all, Spanish. I understand a fair amount of Spanish, talking about things that are in my cell phone, possessions I have, and it's almost like they're buying things of mine somehow, because I hear even reference to artwork, like I did photography, and there might be some photos left that I named, and I hear this stuff, and it's so bizarre. I don't know what's going on really, but I just know that.
Do you think
they're part?
Excuse me. Do you think that they looked through your eyes and saw your jewelry and stole it?
What?
They can see through.
I wonder if break-ins, when they see through your eyes, they see you looking through your stuff, and they say, "I'm going to steal this and steal that and steal that."
That could be, but they definitely were. They definitely knew what I had because they were in my place. It seemed like all the time whenever I would leave, there they were. So they were just around me. It was so incredible.
They have all your online purchases and surveillance physically of you all the time, too. Aside from looking through your eyes, they watch you physically all the time and monitor your online purchases. So there's that.
But see, also, I mean, it was also everything from my childhood. They smashed my dolls. I'm 58 years old. Okay, I have dolls that that I got when I was 3. When I opened up my trunk, my God, my baby doll, her face was smashed in, shoe prints, her dress was all dirt. I mean, this thing was in, almost pristine. I mean, it was clear that they went through everything, and then finally it all left. It's gone. It's gone.
Can I ask you another question?
Yes.
There was this European TI, the first website I ever saw when I first got targeted, where I noticed it. And he said when you do your passwords on your computer, try to think simultaneously of something else so that they can't hear your password or see the letters. I copy and paste my passwords, and then I have the computer memorize it. But they will also, they're looking through your eyes. They see you look at your bank account.
Okay.
And then that's how they get access. This is what I think they do. I think that it's R&M people that are.
Yeah. So here's what, as far as the bank account goes. Yeah, I know that they are looking at it through the computer. I think that they can see anything, I do online, because they're like, if I'll go to a library at another location, within 3 minutes they're there. Suddenly I can't open something. suddenly the thing moves. It's just that, okay? And it's, as far as the banking goes, I only deal in cash. I don't purchase anything I don't have an online account of anything. I don't have a debit card. I do cash. I don't have statements mailed here. They get mailed to somebody far away, and that's it. I just carry cash, and that is it. I just deal in cash. I don't ever purchase anything. That's the only way I can live, because they were, and they'll steal cash from me. I mean, at work, they took money out of my locker. They, money will be taken from me. I don't know when, but, it happens. So it's very, I'm on my own. Obviously, they have done an incredible job of isolating me from my family. I don't even think they think about me. I think they forgot. It's incredible. When I say they want you, when they want you, that's it. And it's real. It's real. And, as far as friends or anything like that, it's a lot of intervening. At the meatpacking, when they started, right before they all started this group effort, there was one man that spoke to me, and he would sit down and talk to me. They fired him. They fired him. They told him, go get a COVID test. And he came back with his papers, and they said, we don't want to see your papers. They fired him. And he went to Mexico. This guy went to Mexico, and I tried to call him. So that's what happens. It's just really, I would never believe it. If I heard somebody saying this stuff, I would go, that sounds over the top. I would never believe any of this if it didn't happen to me.
I believe you. I think that you're on R&M. I used to think it was the laptop. I used to put tape on the eye of the camera because I couldn't figure out how they were learning all this stuff. They're looking through your eyes.
Right.
I think we should have like a standard statement about being a TI. Why, how they know the passwords and they know all this data. It's because they're hearing your thoughts. They're hearing you think.
I don't know if they need to know. I don't know that they. I don't know that they need to know all of that. If they have control of your device and if they're able to look at a computer, I don't think any of that stuff. Although for them to know that stuff is all I'm trying to say. But
you're the device. Listen, because I'm 50 and I've been targeted a long time. You're the device.
Yeah.
They have access to your brain. They're listening.
Nope.
They're listening to your thoughts every day. So when you say you're going to go to work, they hear you. It's like when you say something, you say this.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the store. I'm going to wait. No, let me finish this statement because this is remote neural monitoring. And we get a lot of TIs that don't know what's going on, and we get a lot of high-end TIs that won't tell us the truth.
And you, finish. But I do know. I understand what's going on. But my experience has been when you start talking about this kind of stuff, there's people on these calls that have access to this stuff, and if they can find out who the hell you are, there have been times where I've been on when we had TalkShoe, and I maybe, and I'm just saying, mention stuff here and there, and suddenly things would start happening. So I'm real careful about talking about that stuff, and I never mention that stuff. But go ahead. I mean, the stuff you're saying is very valid. It's very valid.
Right. Because there's a lot of kids that are targeted now. I mean, people in their 20s, and all of us say it's the cell phone. My cell phone is the one doing it, or my computer at home. It's your brain. You're the computer.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all it is. But I have hope. This is what I think, and I think because I have ghetto perps, I've gotten their names. I think I can buy them, which means there's a couple of them that are drug addicts. And I say, what if I give you money? Will you tell me, give me the list of all the perps? They're like, yeah, I don't give a shit. I think I have faith that I could prove it because my perps are really dumb. That the R&M is real, so we can clear our names in our communities, in our family. I think Well, we all think a lot of stuff. But
listen,
I want to
but here's what I want to say about that. Here's what I want to say about that. If I have tangible items that have gotten stolen from an apartment, and a police is barely taking a police report, who's going to listen to? And I'm not. We all know what's real in this game, but who's going to listen to that kind of thing? I would never mention that stuff. I never do. I don't talk about that stuff. I know what's what. Don't get me wrong, but I know what makes the whole thing crazy sounding, and I stay as far away from that as I can because I'm by myself, and I'm targeted as frick up in here, and so I don't talk about any of that stuff. I don't talk about it.
I'm by myself too. It's a pain when you're by yourself, and yeah, I feel you in that respect. I'm by myself. About to be really alone. My dog is on his last legs.
You're very lucky to have your dog. They tortured my dog. They had her eyes. They drew on her fur. I would see her fur part. They drew on it all the time. I would put a piece of foil on top of my dog, and I would see it, what they were drawing. And even the boots on the ground came. They cut her ear. They filed her nails really sharp. So I do believe, here's what's going on. There's an upper layer that has access to this technology, and it might be some government idiot, it might be a deep web idiot. But the thing that I've had the hardest time wrapping my brain around is that there's actually there's people that will participate in this in a very real way. And I did experience this when I was in Alabama, I'll just say it. And that was where it was the most satanic, was there. And I was by the Redstone Arsenal, my God, holy shit, okay? But they had my dog. It's where I had my dog down there. They sharpened her nails to like a pinpoint. They shaved patterns into her fur. They cut her the corner of her ears and her mouth. It was like they were doing a ritual with her. I don't know what the hell was going on. They tortured her. I finally put her down. It was terrible. I couldn't deal with it. She lost control of her bladder, and she was just peeing randomly. It was awful. I had to put her down. So I could never have a pet again. They tortured the hell out of my dog. I had her for 10 years. My God. They tortured the crap out of her. When I was at home, I would come back. Her leg would be sprained. There was gel around her anus. I know they were doing something terrible to her. Anyway, I am.
Can I ask where you live? Do you think this is some kind of? Do you think it's a cult of some sort?
This has followed me everywhere I go. I have been in the suburbs of Chicago. I've been in Alabama. I'm right now in the city of Chicago, and it's just that. The sad fact is that there are groups that will congeal and agree to do it. I don't know, but it takes about 2 weeks. When I get to a new residence, I'll land and it will be like, phew, okay, and it'll take about it takes about 2 weeks, and then I know it. Things are gone. Things are vandalized. There's specific things that are always done. Anything I have leather gets shaved. They'll shave the top part of the leather off in the corners. Shoes will get. I know what normal wear and tear is. I'm a grown woman. I have an education. I have a master's degree. They stole all my papers proving any education and any employment. One day I had gone through. Finally, I put it all in a pile. Then I got called to a job interview down in the city of Chicago. I drove. I was gone for 3 hours. I came back, and my 2-foot stack of all my papers, of all my education in every job. I was a certified public teacher, special ed teacher for 11 years. All of it gone. Just walked out. And I just went and I asked this woman that I was staying, where's my papers? What? Are you accusing me of? I said, I'm not accusing you. I don't know what you're talking about. Call the police if you have a problem. Well, what do I do? What do I do? I've never seen him again. It's all gone. My diploma's everything. So yeah, no. This is. I can only know who does this to me by how aggressive and pervasive, and over time, how aggressive it is. And I do believe, and I have held off on this for the longest time, thinking it was any type of a government thing. I've really not wanted to think that. But after getting out of prison, and after going and looking at my papers and looking at what the hell went on in court, and remembering certain things.
You might need to get a camera facing your entrance. Like,
no,
if
ma'am,
you got
I've had cameras. No, they will hack into anything. I've had cameras before. If it never shows anything, they hack into it. They'll get it, they'll erase it, or they'll break it. I've written books of notes. They're gone. They take it. There's no taking evidence. There's no evidence.
I'll say with absolute conviction that I think it's more likely that it's a government thing than a cult thing or a gang thing or a scumbag thing. That's what I mean. It's sad to say.
That's where I'm leaning because I always thought it was crime rings and the deep web. That's what I always thought. But then after all that, I just went through my court papers the other day because I've waited. I've been out for a little bit. I've waited, and I finally went through it and I thought, God Almighty, this is, I looked some of the stuff to bed, but just to go back on it, that's what I'm leaning towards, that it must have been. I know where it started. It was my place of employment. And I would like to add the place that I worked at. I couldn't find it on MapQuest when I first went there on an interview in 2013. It didn't show up. And people always said, I can't find you. Where is it? The place had its own zip code, I never heard the little time. At any rate, but I loved the job. I never thought anything of it. But I think that it maybe had ties to the intelligence community. That's what I'm gathering now. So I'm just, I'm one of those people. They ruined me. I'm ruined. I'm absolutely ruined. They have. And I'm somebody who, I lived overseas. I taught in Japan. I had a fantastic collection of antique kimonos. They took every goddamn one of them. The ones that they returned, they cut into patches and sewed it back together. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They take the most specific amount of time with things. They have taken photographs of my family and altered things. My sister was really thin. At any rate, I have somebody who has taken the most. I had a jade pair of earrings sitting on my bed thing. They were big jade, like a stone. 2 days later, they were stone. They did an exact replica, but in plastic. Suddenly, they're plastic with seams and everything. I mean it. I had china that I had from a marriage. $5,000, Lenox china, beautiful solitaire. They took it all, and what they didn't take, they smashed it in the corner of my storage unit. Yeah.
Yeah, they will do this. They want you to have nothing. They want you to be poor, miserable, and they want you to die. But I have faith that
I have no faith, ma'am. Thank you so much. Listen to me, ma'am. Just let me talk, and I'll get off. I swear to God. Okay, I have no faith. I have none. Okay, that's it. Please just let me talk, and then I swear to God I'll get off, and you can say what you want. I know people feel compelled to say things to make this sound cheery and broad. It's not. I am absolutely. I think the thing that stuns me the most is the cooperation of people who don't even know me. And even if you did know me, and even if I killed somebody, there's courts and judges and juries for that. But so I say the involvement, how people will cooperate to do their little part to make the gang stalking experience, total. I think that is the most heartbreaking thing for me is the human beings who will, come in here and do whatever they've been told to do. I get this powder. I'll vacuum and I'll come back from work and there's like this shit. It's like a mixture of sand and yellow powder and pet hair and human hair that's all over the place. It's like a powder and that's always been everywhere. And then it's the scraping of the paint around the door. I just could go on. And thank you so much for listening. But I want to say that I believe the technology, and ma'am, you brought up the R&M. I'm very careful about that stuff but the technology, I believe, this is a game changer. I believe that the way that people will cooperate I don't even think people second guess themselves anymore. And so I think people who are involved in the gang stalking are also tethered with something, because there's the minute you start thinking, God, I don't know, and it'll be and then so I think this is it. I think what we lived as humanity from the birth of Christ, and I'm not even a Christian, I don't even believe in God anymore, please. Okay, please. All right. I toyed around with being a Muslim in prison, and that was fun for a while, right? But at any rate, I think that this is a game changer. And isn't it funny that the United States is at the forefront of this? I think that we are capable of the most aggressive gang stalking, and I'm not understanding, Americans would do this kind of thing to a fellow American. I mean, this is the land of the free. We have liberties. We have liberties. But anyway, I just feel like that we have entered a new era, and what we used to know, and I'm a child of the 60s and the early 70s, is over. It's over with. It's done. And we are entering a new era, and it's all different. It's all different. Reality is fluid. Truth is fluid. People are going to forget things. History is going to be erased on the internet, I think. And I'm not sure who's pulling the strings, but it's damn, it was good, though. I've had a good life. I've done everything I've wanted to do. I went to college. I lived in Europe. I got a master's degree in linguistics. I got to teach overseas in Japan. I traveled to China in 1989, right after the Tiananmen Square thing. Strangely, I got a visa in December. That whole thing happened in July. I got a visa to go there in December. It was under martial law, but I was there. I saw China. The hotel I stayed at was the tallest building in Beijing, 11 stories.
Damn, they're jealous of you, man. You're very accomplished. These petty, sick bastards.
Well, I will say that there were three people that my immediate supervisor was a female, and I do believe she's the one who started it. And she hired her friend, and it was just the three of us. But I don't know about that, but I do know, to me, there were three authors of this thing. Those two, and then the IT guy that came from the Pentagon. Those are the three people that I know started this at that location. But at any rate, I don't know about what you're saying, but it's interesting that you maybe bring that up. But it was, but at any rate, I've done everything I wanted to do. I bought everything I've ever wanted. I haven't had a lot, but anything I wanted, I got the money to get. I had a fantastic jewelry collection, I'm going to say it, and clothing collection, because I used to work at a designer clothing place, and I sold clothes as a part-time job. And it's all gone. They took it. My God. And anything that they didn't take, they redid it. They ripped the seams out. They $129 suit coats got a different lining put in it, ripping the collar, everything. They took every single item was touched. Every piece of paper that I ever had in a file. And, I'm somebody who kept records of things. I'm someone who I went to college 1982 to 84. I was in broadcasting. And then I did my bachelor's degree in special education. So I had a lot of paperwork. When I opened up my files, all of it was put together in a strange way, like they wanted to lead me down some path to try to figure out why I'm gang stalked. They rearranged every single thing you can imagine was touched, and they wanted me to know. I understand you say, well, they wanted to traumatize. Are you kidding? Yeah, this is traumatizing. I know what the goal is. Yeah, of course this is traumatizing. And I'm not interested in their goals. They've ruined my life, but I just am so stunned at what people will do to other people. But I don't know.
That's the killer. Yeah. No, I know.
But anyway,
I would love to give you some feedback, positive feedback, if you okay with that.
That's fine.
Oh, okay, good. I'm listening to you, and I hear someone who had a very enriching life, a very satisfying life. I hear someone that is full, that is complete, and this is underneath all of the grief, all of the wrath, all of the anger, and I hear you. I hear your successes, and I hear how just repulsed you are at what's happened to you. And you have to understand, this is happening so much to so many people, whether they are made aware of it or they're not. We're aware of it. We know it's happening. So for some reason, we got chosen to know that this is going on to us. And you sound like someone that can get on a platform and speak to thousands of people and give like a TED Talk. You have so much to offer still. Even with this shit going on, you still have so much to give. Just remember that. Just kind of contemplate that. And don't stop feeling sorry for yourself and stop not having faith in yourself. I know you said you don't believe in God any longer. I understand why you come to that. I do understand. I believe in God, but I understand why people would come to that. I definitely do. I've been through it too. And I've had a lot of good stuff in my life too. And you know what? Your life is still going on as mine is. Well, our lives are still happening, and it's a gift. I still think life is a gift, So then why don't you? So you're helping people by what you're saying. I mean, I'm listening to you. I'm learning from you. Everyone on this call is learning from you. So keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. Keep on helping. Reach out and help people, and they start feeling better about things. It won't be such a shit scumbag thing when you start helping. It will still be scumbag shit, but it won't be as much. It won't be as much. I guarantee you that. Just keep on coming to the conference calls and keep on being in touch with other people getting these crimes happening to them, and you'll feel better. These heinous crimes.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted to tell you because
Thank you.
I like you. I hear you, and you're very likable. You really are. What happened to your friends? What happened to your friends?
Which friend?
Well, your friends. You've had a lot of friends in your life, right?
What?
I said you've had a lot of friends in your life, right? Friends.
I mean, sure.
Okay, so what, are they still there, some of them?
No.
They're not. Is it from the targeting?
Yes.
Yeah. See, this is like a ruination project to us. It wants to kill people. So instead of putting people like in Nazi Germany behind prison, behind wire fences with these Stasi guys with these shotgun with these machine guns, they do this to us in our homes and outside our homes and wherever we go. So it's like this is a continuation of Nazi Germany, only with these advanced technologies. That's what this is. It's still Nazi Germany. All over the world.
It would give some of them. It would give Goebbels a wet dream. This stuff. You got to be kidding me. This is the stuff they only dreamt about. This is crazy.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree exactly with what you're saying. It's crazy.
Mhm. You're absolutely right. This is a wet dream to them. In 1940. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, anyway, keep on sharing, keep on keeping on, and you'll see things will be better for you. I'm not saying it's going to stop. It's not going to stop. It has to be forced to stop. There's too much money involved. There's too much power. There's delusional power and control involved. It's not going to stop. It has to be forced. It has to be shut down. So meanwhile, before that happens, we have to stay strong and mighty and bold. That's all. To survive. To survive.
Thank
you.
You.
To survive, right? You want to live. You don't want to die. You want to live, right? So you got to fight. You got to fight your ass off. Just like I fight my ass off, you got to fight your ass off.
Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Well, that's what I wanted to say, and I'll share this one last thing. When I worked at the meatpacking plant, I heard someone at the other table. They were all Mexican, and I heard this man in English saying something in English, and it sounded strangely like a text I had in my phone. So I go in my phone and I look at a text that I had texted to someone, and I thought, is this person in my phone? So then I texted myself. I created a text to myself in my phone, and I said, and pardon me, I'm not racist, but I'm going to tell you exactly what I said. Hey, fucking Mexican. And I hear him 2 tables behind me. Hey, fucking Mexican. And then I typed, yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah, I'm talking to, and I just typed my wrath. You motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. What the blah are you doing in my blah, 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 blah phone? And then break was over with, and I closed my phone and went. But I knew, I don't know, not everybody was in my phone, but that one
you
was.
got it.
That one.
Yeah, that'd be proof right there, huh? You couldn't miss somebody being in your phone with.
Well, no, especially when they're reading in English a text that I knew I had it in my phone, and especially when all I do is text myself, and he's seeing it.
Yeah.
He's seeing it. Well, you know what? And then the next break we had, I thought, you know what? I'm going to do something. Because anyway, I said that I text. I would like to apologize to you for calling you a fucking Mexican. Can we please start again? And then, I felt like he was kind of looking at it because, it was kind of quiet in his little group. And then I texted something else, but they were in my phone. In my phone. Not the hacker somewhere up there. That guy, 2 tables behind me was. What the hell is that? It's pay to play. That person's paying somebody to be in my phone. That's what I think it was. So then I left. I left there. And who knows if they're still in? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. It's possible. I never thought that was possible. There it is, I had to hear it with my own ears. But
what do you think of your employers? What do you think your do they seem your employers, the whole
they
hierarchy?
Were in on it. No, when I was at the meatpacking plant, I initially started feeling like I was getting harassed. For example, I worked in a refrigerated environment, and there was a very, 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 very heavy cart full of meat, and this woman just shoved it into me and backed me up against the wall. And 2 employees came and said, come here, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm okay. And I started thinking, what the hell is her problem? And that was kind of the first day I started hearing odd things. I walked past a supervisor who was talking to a person, and she goes, we call her Corona. And I turned around, I'm looking in the hallway, who the hell are you talking about? And I look at her, and she starts laughing, and they're just staring at me. Well, all I'm hearing is Corona this and Corona that. I'll walk by, Corona, and I understand a fair amount of Spanish, but, who knows what's what. Well, finally, I'm standing right in front of a supervisor, and he's like, Corona, and Corona is right here. And he looks at me and starts to tell me where to go, and I looked right at him. I said, my name is blank. And I just stared at him. My name is blank. And he just looked at me. You know, so then that started, and that was what they called me that throughout the workplace. And the supervisors were in on it. That's the reason why I had to leave. One time I was up on a stand where I was feeding. Yes, I was feeding bacon into a huge thing. Right, the whole place, 20 people went on break. Listen carefully. They went on break, and I'm standing up there, and he's telling me with his hands to stay, and the machine's not going. So I'm standing there for about 18, 20 minutes. I'm furious. People start trickling back. I get down. I go into the break room. The lock is cut off my locker and laying on the table. Sliced off. I said, what is this? I said, what is this? And somebody turned around and goes, what? And I went to the manager. I said, what is this? And this woman comes out and goes, my lunch bag was, I said, no, your lunch bag was not in my locker. Don't say that. It can't fit in there. It's a backpack. Don't say that to me. And that was when I thought, holy shit. Holy shit.
Like you sliced your own lock. You pulled out some bolt cutters.
Oh, no. I mean, it was laying on the table. There was no, we all know that that they cut it off. But there, I mean, I didn't, she said that she got somebody to cut it off because her lunch bag was in my locker. And I said, nothing can fit in there. What the hell is this? And I said that to the manager. I said, no. And he just walked away from me. And, of course, I just needed a job. What am I going to do? You know.
So a coworker thought you stole her lunch and hid it in your locker, so she materialized some bolt cutters and cut your lock open to find the lunch bag she thought you stole.
No, I think what happened was that they opened up my backpack. They when they were on break, they cut it off. You know, there's something about my backpack. I think they want, I don't know. I had my paperwork in there because I don't leave important stuff here. I always carry it with me, my paperwork. And, you know, I will admit I bring my toiletries with me because I have my toothpaste fiddled with all the time, toothbrush fiddled with all the time, soap has dirt on it, shampoo has shit in it, okay? So I'm, you know, I have, you know, and I think they want access. They want to be able to do it, whatever that might mean. But that happened that day. And I just thought, my God. And then another day I walked in. I was told not to go on break. Everybody was in there. And as I was walking in, they were all stood up. And certain ones started saying my name, my married name from years ago. Hi, blank, blank, blank. And I just thought, what's going on? So I just knew that they were in. And I went up to the man that was leading the meeting, and I said, Mr. Pandera, I would like to speak to you. May I have a word with you? And he looked at me and goes, what? I said, I'd like to speak to you, sir. I would like to speak to you. And he goes, don't talk. He said, don't talk to me. And he gave me the name of the supervisor. I said, fine. And don't you know, when I went back into where the bacon room was, where I was, I stepped in there. Everybody knows I said that to him. They're all...
Hello? The fucking hell?
Did she drop off?
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah, that's her situation sounds crazy, man.
Her life is hell.
Not any worse than the rest of us.
Yeah, well, yeah, we all have it worse in certain ways than other people. It's all specific.
I'm sure she'll feel better that she got to share it. I mean, you know, there's not a lot of people you can tell that to.
Yeah, damn, man. Imagine going 9 to 5 to that place every freaking day. And personally, I would be like, yo, what the fuck? But I would get fired, or the cops would come and get me. If she was describing what she said and I saw that, I would be like, look, what is this? And of course they would say, "Whoa, what are you talking about? Oh, you're freaking out," and call the cops.
You know how big Chicago is, and it's happening. Chicago must be hell.
Yeah,
Chicago
it
must
is.
be real bad.
Yeah, it is. It's terrible.
Yeah.
That's funny. They don't. It's not funny at all, but they don't talk about the real hell that happens in Chicago. Instead, they talk about like imaginary racism in society when actual ridiculous, like same race on same race shootings are happening in Chicago every day, dozens a day, and that's.
I heard a woman, T.I., years ago. She was from Chicago, and she stayed in her walk-in closet, and she didn't come out. And she'd call Derek's call, and people would try to talk her out of the closet. There's a lot of TIs in Chicago. They should have like a organization. You know, there's a shitload of them, man.
That's all they need. Targeting people on top of the frickin' neighborhood assholes shooting each other, and people hiding in bathtubs to not get shot through the walls from 2 blocks away. But yeah. God.
Anybody have any good news? Anybody have any good news?
Sure, I could always scrounge up some good news. My dog's still alive. Hallelujah. Right?
I just want to say the moderator just booted me off, and I thank you. And this call is probably 99% perps. I apologize for taking up your time. Thank you.
So we sympathize with you, and I'm so sorry that you're being tortured and mistreated. It's unfortunate.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
is somebody complaining about being booted off the call? I'm sorry, but no, that's not the case.
I noticed, Frank, that a lot of TIs assumed that they were booted off by the moderator. But unless that thing comes on and says, you know, this line has been, you know, muted by the moderator, then it's probably not the moderator.
I've had the spinning wheel of death going on for the last 10 minutes. I can't unmute myself or mute myself. There's this blue wheel spinning.
I started going on walks in the morning. This really helps, you guys. So as soon as I wake up, I try to go outside and go for a short walk, and it changes the perspective for me and the perps. So I'm not looping and trapped in their stupid brain activity. And I'm also using like 3-pound weights, 5-pound weights, exercising, and I'm trying not to drink anymore. So now I'm like, yeah.
Good. Get healthy. I was trying to type a hi to Melvin, Southeast Texas. He's on here, but I can't type. I can't unmute or mute, or there's just this wheel spinning. So I'm in limbo, stuck here. No problem, though. Talking to y'all.
Matthew's from Texas, Southeast Texas.
I don't know Matthew. I know Melvin from Texas. Maybe that's Matthew.
Who's Melvin?
He's from Texas. Houston, I think.
You think this is ever going to stop before we die?
I don't know. I don't.
Not before I die.
It feels to me like it might not. And but I think there's progress being made, but I think it's too slow. But we're doing all we can. It's not enough. It's a matter of the public consciousness becoming aware of this, and then beyond that, realizing this is insane, this is wrong, this is garbage. What the hell is this? And normal people who aren't targeted are just saying, what the hell is going on? What are you doing to the American people? Like what?
You think? Let me ask you a real question, a hard question. Our response to it. Do you think that we blew it? That we didn't come back fighting hard enough? And let me say this one statement. And no, let me say this one thing and then answer. The fear of being called mentally ill. I think it stopped a lot of us from being aggressive about defending ourselves.
Yeah,
Do you
that's a
think
real
this
fear.
is true?
Yeah. No, well, that's a real fear, and I have suffered because of that personally. Way back at the beginning, back in like when I even before I realized what the terms targeted individuals and gang stalking and everything, before I even knew what that was about, I was I don't know, I started to see a psychologist because he was like a friend of these kids I went to school with. He was their dad, and it's a small town. I knew him, and crazy shit was happening to me, which was targeting, which I didn't know was targeting, and just crazy shit, and it was stressing me out. So I began seeing this guy and trying to, explain to him like this kind of shit. If people are complaining about me and my reactions, it's because of this kind of crap. And he referred me to a psychiatrist. There's a huge difference between psychologists and psychiatrists. Mainly, psychiatrists can prescribe and force mental medications. A psychologist can't. They can't prescribe medications. And but little did I know that this psychiatrist he referred me to because, well, he didn't refer me to this psychiatrist. He referred me to the psychiatrist whose office it was, who I started to see, but quickly this obese psychiatrist had a heart problem, had to drop out. All of a sudden, there was this replacement psychiatrist who was a Stasi psychiatrist. In retrospect, that's what I know he was. And he was in there to set me up from the beginning. So I just told him the truth. Yeah, there's a bunch of strangers fucking with me. Wherever I go, there's all these people screwing with me, even with cars and trying to pick fights and all this kind of crap. And I don't know any of these people, and there's tons of them everywhere I go. And this is mentally disturbing, so what should I do about it? I mean, it's annoying. It's bothersome. And he said, like, oh, I think you need to go somewhere to relax. And I was like, no, I have 2 dogs. I live alone. I can't, I have to be there for my dogs. No, I'm not going anywhere, man. I'm trying to get you to help me, not try to get me to go to some resort, which is a mental institution. And then it looked like he dropped it. He acted like he dropped it. And I was like, oh, good, he dropped it. Then that night, fucking cops come to my door. And I almost got shot, and so did my dog, because my dog knew they meant ill will when they came to my door, and he's snarling and going nuts. So I backed out of my door, shut it on my own arm, pushing my dog's head back in, saying, get back in, thinking like they're going to have to shoot through me to hit my dog. And then, they took me to the freaking mental institute, basically. Because I told this guy the truth, thinking it's a psychiatrist. He's supposed to help me, right? I told him the truth. I didn't even say the word gang stalking, or I didn't know any of this shit. There's a bunch of damn people screwing with me. That's all I said. You know, and so.
You're a tough guy.
But anyway.
Now, I want to say something to the ladies. COVID shuts down the economy on some level, which means a lot of businesses are going out of business. So they're having like sales, like 80% off of clearance stuff. So I bought a very expensive hat for $12. It was marked down. And I bought bagels for $1. And I'm painting all my my pots that have plants in them yellow. I bought house paint. So, you know, when you're a woman and you're targeted and you used to like to go shopping and do stuff.
You asked me a question and I answered it, and now you're talking about COVID.
No, wait, let me finish. I know you're all... Are you drinking coffee? What's that?
No, you.
So you can buy really cool stuff. There's a lot of businesses closing down in your communities, and this is the time to buy really cheap stuff because COVID will be over. But you could buy like a bunch of shoes that were normally $200, and now they're going to be $10 or $15. I'm not kidding you. So when COVID's over, you'll be styling and tortured with, you know, like microwave weapon scars, but you can buy like really cool hats and cover up the bald spots, and like I do. It's so depressing having to complain all the time. You know, 24 hours a day, what are you going to do when you're a lady and you're a TI? Paint your nails, wax your upper lip or something. Do your hair. Try a new hairstyle. Cut your hair. Go online and look at fashion. Don't forget that you're a woman. Buy a new tube of mascara and go for a walk. Bathe your dog and put a bow on its head. Remember when the ladies used to put like ribbons on their dog's head? They don't do that anymore. Give yourself a pedicure. You're cranky, you're agitated. Take a bath and cut your toenails. Pamper yourself. Get ready to grow flowers for next summer and spring. Call your mom and say, you know, can I have that old dress you used to wear when you were younger? I don't know, for the younger TIs. I went to Goodwill and bought 99-cent vases to put my flowers in because I garden. I've been eating a lot. I do a lot of comfort food. I think I've already had like 2 bagels already. What can you do so you don't have to complain all the time? It's so rough. Make a dentist appointment. Call your doctor. Get dressed up. You know, try to pretend you're not targeted. Go get an alter personality. Might as well. Your brain is splitting anyway. I think some of us have an alter anyway. I don't know what mine is. If you're a Christian, buy a cross, you know. Get dressed up and go to church and wear a designer mask on your face with rhinestones. Make T-shirts that don't have anything to do with targeting. Smile. Try to smile more. Smile at your neighbor. Talk to your neighbor. You know? Flirt with a guy. We all flirt. There's all kinds of things to do when you're a lady TI. You know, make sure you're clean. Go to that gynecological exam. Don't be afraid of the doctor as a woman. Clean every crevice. Don't be afraid to get in the shower. Be proud to be a chubby TI. If you're an overweight TI like I am, who cares? They're going to see you in the shower. be a clean TI. Try to be as happy as you can, because Linda's passed away. Remember Linda? She was on every call. I'm going to take out the trash, my dog, and tetanitis. But she was a comfort for a lot of us, and, you know, we should honor all of these women TIs that have passed. All the really strong TIs, like Midge Mathis. Midge Mathis is having a hard time. Give Midge a call. I mean, she's the only activist I've ever seen wear 3-inch stiletto heels in Chicago at the protest. I was like, you got to be kidding me. They shot into my feet, so I had to wear boots. She always says, you know, make sure you look good. Don't let yourself go because you're targeted. You know, those women in the concentration camps in World War II, when they went in, they were all wearing designer dresses, and on the way out, they were bones. We can still eat. And, you know, it's not totally, our lives aren't totally wrecked. It just sucks having people talk to you in your brain, and you're in your home, like, all alone. Play music and dance. Play music and exercise. If you're in California, go to the beach. You know? Go look at the leaves. The leaves are falling. They're beautiful. Take pictures of the leaves. Text TIs and send pictures, you know? There's all kinds of things to do when you're a lady TI. What else can we do? Tweeze your eyebrows. I like Frida Kahlo, but I don't want a unibrow. That was her thing. You know? Look at art. Go read the New York Times online and look at all the galleries and museums. Go to the museum with your mask. You know, you can wash your mask. Make sure they're clean. You don't want to keep wearing the same mask and they're dirty. Go to the tallest building and don't jump, but take pictures. And then call your mom and say, Mom, I'm on the tallest building with my COVID mask. Vote for Biden. Sorry, Frank. Or vote for Trump. Vote for whomever you want to. Vote for a woman. We might have a woman vice president, and she's gorgeous, half Indian, half black. She's so pretty when she smiles. Make sure you brush and floss your teeth when you're a lady TI. If your skin's burned because you were microwaved, I've been using Vaseline and baby oil on my forehead because I get shot in the forehead and they're taking out my hairline. So I try to moisturize my my forehead from the dew shots. Examine the scars from dew, but don't stare at them all the time. Get a pretty journal to document your torture with flowers on it. Make sure you put the date and the time and where you were. I'm in my bedroom. I'm crying, and I just got shot in the leg. When you're an elderly TI, you know, take care of yourself. Take your calcium. Exercise. Don't let yourself go if you're an elderly TI, especially if you're a lady elderly TI. Volunteer. Lots of people are lonely. Spend a day not thinking about being a TI. You know, think about being a woman. They don't want us to be women. They want us to be monsters. We're not monsters. We're women. Get a boyfriend. Who cares if they're watching? You know, if you want to have sex and you're a lady TI, go for it. Fuck it. Because when you're on your deathbed and you say, fuck, I didn't have sex because they were watching me. I should have. That was stupid. You know, take care of yourself. Get a mammogram. You still have to do everything you had to do before you were targeted. If you still have a job, make sure you make friends and smile and be polite so you can keep your job. Keep your job so you can have money so you can go shopping and buy new hats. winter's coming. You might want to think about getting your coat out of the closet and cleaning it, dry clean it. I always like to shovel snow. When the first snow comes, I usually go for a walk. Last year I didn't do that because I didn't want them to see the snow because I like the snow. I was born in Detroit, Michigan, and my mother used to take me out in the snow every winter, and she thought it would build up my immunity, and there's all these little cute pictures of me in the snow. Go outside as a Lady T.I. in the snow and go for a walk. They're trying to take away our humanity. Don't let them do that to you. If you lost your hair, get a wig. Shave your head. How bad is it, you know? Some TIs have it worse than others. Some TIs have it real good. You don't even know it. Make sure if you're complaining, it's, you know, legitimate. If it's just cars, don't even worry about it. All the synthetic telepathy perps, they don't care about cars anymore. If you have tetanitis, God help you. Say a prayer, read the Bible. But don't forget to be a lady, you know. You're still feminine. But fight back. Don't just lay there listening to a bunch of assholes, like, saying horrible things to you. Every once in a while, tell them to kiss your ass. I like to do matrix fighting sometimes if I have the energy, and I stab them with samurai swords and stuff like that. That's fun. Watch Kill Bill if you want to feel. I'm a Lady T.I. I don't want to feel strong. Watch really strong women in movies. Alien, Sigourney Weaver, Kill Bill, Terminator 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Or watch a romance movie. Watch loving movies. Masterpiece Theater. I used to love I don't even watch Masterpiece Theater anymore. I used to I wanted to be that white chick that's like walking in a long dress through the land of the coast of Ireland or wherever they film these Masterpiece Theater TV shows. Bake cookies. Make cupcakes. Make a cake. Make a pie. Make dinner for somebody. Make dinner for your dog. If all you have is your dog, hug your dog, love your dog. If your dog is getting tortured, you can give your dog a Epsom salt bath. That might help him. Clip his toenails. Take good care of him. Love yourself. Lady TIs, organize your purse. You might need mace. Get you a nice thing of mace in case you have like stalkers coming in your house.
Hey, you know what? Thank you for saying all that. Okay, that's beautiful. And you know what? I stay clean, shaved, bathed-wise. Try and wear good shoes, a good pair of Levi's. I'm a Levi guy. And in case I do meet a nice woman, you know. I didn't die yet. I'm still walking. And there's just, I see a good-looking woman. It can be, she can have some weight on her or not. It doesn't matter. It's what's really, I do like what's inside the woman, okay? I think that's about the damn best part. Sure, I like, and there's different type of beauties. Jesus, there's so many types. So, but thank you for saying everything you said, okay?
You're welcome. And we should practice dating again, for people who, are just having friends over. Well, it's kind of hard with COVID. Get a bottle of wine if you're nervous, have a couple glasses, and invite someone over, and just sit 6 feet apart and talk it up, and then they go home. So your whole day is not about your targeting. Frank's single. Any ladies out there? If you know any really hot ladies that are smart and intelligent, if you know a TI that's cool, maybe you want to hook them up. Go to Starbucks. Have a coffee. Talk to people. I notice it goes in waves during the day. It's kind of rough, but you have no choice. You have to get up. I think the most important thing is to get up and go outside as soon as you possibly can. Don't get trapped in the computer looking up research about being targeted. If you're on the coast, like Boston, that's beautiful. Go to the coast and look at the ocean. Look at all the rich people's yachts and boats. Look at the waves. We're still on the planet Earth. They're trying to make us. They want us to be in an altered state of reality, floating, and everyone else is having fun, or maybe not. But keep it clean. Don't break the law. If you do, don't get caught. If you make a mistake, if you're not, say like you're a drug addict, say you're a lady TI with a drug problem, don't feel guilty, but try to stop, try to control it, because gang stalking will deteriorate your looks, your health, and your wealth, and your life, and you're being nuked. So you may not want to do drugs. Marijuana is helpful. I might be going too far now, but sit calmly and contemplate to the best of your ability, even though they're listening to your thoughts. Who cares? Fuck them. And for the male TIs out there, God bless you. I know that it's rough. Men being tortured in America, who would have thought that was possible? I never thought that would ever happen. So that's got to be rough. But I don't know, maybe the men want to say something, but encourage each other. You need to encourage each other as men. If you had a dream and I'll give an example. It's kind of being forced. There was a TI that he looked like he wanted to collect stuff, like he was moving towards being an archaeologist, and I kind of watched him, and he's a good old boy. And he found all these artifacts. He goes digging, and I'd watch his videos, and he doesn't look too good now. He looks a little sick. A lot of TIs are getting sick. But he kept trying, he kept his house. The men should encourage each other to keep what you have and to get more out of life and get what you want. If there's some things that you wanted to do before you knew you were targeting, still try to accomplish your goals. Don't let them take up all your time during the day. If there's a TI burning out, tell them to take a vacation. Give it a rest. Yeah. Hello?
Say something, guy.
Who is this? Hello?
Hello.
You're from Texas, right? I'm talking to the guy.
You know, when this started, I used to sympathize with celebrities. And I told myself I would never look at them the same way again, and I would never stalk them or obsess over them anymore. And I said, this is the worst shit ever. People know who I am, and they're following me, and they're taking pictures of me, and they're trying to find out every little detail about my life. And you know, when you used to watch Johnny Carson, and now these new TV shows, and a celebrity gets on, and he totally tells way too much stuff about his personal life. And it's like almost like a contract that they have with the country, the person. Like maybe they have some kind of guilt that they have so much, and there's all these people looking at them, and they just tell I don't really need to know your personal life because I like your movies. I don't want to know what you did with your money. I don't care where you live. I don't care about your taxes, your criminal record. It's none of my business. You're a celebrity. It's none of my business. If I like your movie, I'll go. If I don't. And it's like being a TI, only you're poor. Some TIs have money. A lot of TIs are working too, you know. But they want so much, and they follow you around like you're a celebrity. And it can, you know, they get obsessed at how you think. They get really close in your brain, and every little thing that you think of, they see it. And, you know, we might have to come up with tactics on how to defend yourself in synthetic telepathy. You know, what are the things to do to keep them from being so close, so clingy, you know? You know, like one of the perps likes Justin Timberlake. And I had to hear that for a year, and I was like, my God. And I said, well, when Justin Timberlake stood up for himself and the paparazzi were harassing him, I think he beat up the cameraman, I started to act like that, you know, or with these stalkers, I started, you know, getting in their face, throwing rocks at their cars and stuff like that. I don't do that anymore. I'm kind of mellowed out now, but you know, when you go to the movies, these people, when they walk the streets, it's got to be nerve-wracking. You know, people look at them, people look at us, and you're like, how do you know who I am? I just do. You know, and if you're an interesting TI, you might have like a large network. You know, some TIs have really big networks that are stalking them. And, You know, just act as if you're a celebrity, you know. Oh, well, they saw me naked. Whatever. They're following. They saw what I bought. You know, when this celebrity buys this, and this celebrity does this, and this is the celebrity's baby. You know, they like to look at your kids. They want to know about your family. When you go to sleep, they ask you questions about your ex-girlfriend. They say, what was it like when you were with your ex-girlfriend? And you're asleep and you have no idea they're asking you all these questions about your memories. You know, fuck it. Just, you know, it's like Marilyn Monroe. Poor thing. How millions of people just bled her dry. She was this. She grew up here, and then she did this, and she did that, and she went insane. I think it drove her insane. It's like targeting. Like, I think she got targeted. And she ends up, you know, being a sex slave for the Kennedys or something. I don't know. Some of us are sex slaves, but, you know, just, she went to the gym, she put her lipstick on, she put on a pretty dress, and she came out there and she showed her talent. Show the world your talent, you know. Just because you're target doesn't mean you can't experience the rest of the world. Don't be afraid to travel. Go on a trip, travel. Go on a road trip. Do something with your life. You have to do something with your life. Don't deteriorate. That's exactly what they want. They want you to sit there. Oh, my God, me, it's me. I'm being tortured. It's me. And, you know, years will go by. I mean, there's some TIs that won't leave their apartment. They won't come outside. They're too paranoid. Don't do that. Don't be afraid to get in the shower. Chris Farley, who I loved, and he overdosed. Imagine Chris Farley in the shower. Now imagine yourself in the shower. You know, I mean, it is kind of like being a celebrity. It's really creepy. They're going to talk to you when you're taking a shower. So what? Be clean, because you're cleaner than they are. Be clean, be attractive, and be pleasant, and be smart, and be strong. You know, don't, you know, eat the right foods. Take care of yourself. Take care of your body. Take care of yourself. They're trying to spread hatred and evil across the planet with this technology. Don't let them do it. You know, a lot of us still can love. You should love, feel love to the best of your ability. Love yourself. You don't deserve it. It's just, you know, it's like being a Jew. It's just, I mean, they still scapegoat the Jews. If it weren't for the Jews, we wouldn't have Hollywood. See, they make us laugh. They're entertaining. You know, they're really good with math. I mean, you know, the economy. It's like some people are really talented. The Mexicans aren't after you. Black people, I complain. Black Americans are really some of the nicest people in the country. They really are. Go to a black. Don't talk about Black Lives Matter. Just go up to a black person and say hi. You know, and try not to think about Black Lives Matter bumper stickers. You know, there's all kinds of, you know, men are targeting you. You're a woman. Not all men are bad. I wake up sometimes thinking that men are just bad. It's not true. There's so many really sweet men out there, and they're targeted. There's so many nice men that are being abused, and you should call a male TI and show them some love. Show each other some love. And be realistic. Don't get too paranoid. What if it turns out that the neighbor wasn't after you? What if you were wrong? What if it was a different neighbor? What if it wasn't? What if it was somebody in another state? Make sure that you can prove what you're saying before you say that it's true. Say, I believe this is true. I could be wrong. I don't know. Tomorrow's another day. Well, it's 1:31 a.m. right now. It's Kevin's birthday. Kevin from Los Angeles. If you're still on the conference call, happy birthday. He has a really good sense of humor. Right now, because of COVID, there's part-time jobs and full-time jobs where you can work from home. Victoria's Secret is hiring. They pay $15 an hour, and you can apply online. You basically sit at home and answer the phone all day if you have, like, a computer.
There's a lot of tutoring jobs online now where you can teach remotely to children or people who want to learn English overseas. They also pay about $15 an hour, and you can also apply online. It's a virtual interview, and it doesn't require a lot of certification or anything like that. Because a lot of people are, the kids are learning at home on computers. And so some of these tutoring sites are hiring specialty subject matter, like if you're good at math or, science or something. If you have a special topic that you can share, then that might be an area also.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. And they're not all like full time. A lot of them are part time. But I think it helps if you have a computer with a screen, cam, screen, keyboard, the whole setup, not just a phone. Although it can be done just with a phone, but having a laptop or something with a camera on it and a microphone works better. Because then you can bring in files and screen share and things like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back into painting again. So I'm starting, I painted the kitchen door green. I have all these plants since I painted all the pots yellow.
The gallery that I was at, they closed because of COVID. Now he has a much smaller space, but, COVID changed a lot of things that's not permanent. And, you just work around it. This might be a good opportunity for TIs, If you have a PC or a laptop, or even if you're willing to go outside and work, there are a lot of people that are desperate for people to come in and work because people are scared to do it. And so just wear your mask and latex gloves, so you don't get it on your hands, whatever it is. I mean, even like people I think $10 an hour for he works for Domino's Pizza. You go into the call center, you just take orders, real simple. You'll still get a little due, but at least you'll have money, and you're staying busy. You can see and meet people at work. That's cash. The paparazzi thing. There's this woman, T.I., she was a hairdresser. She called it perp-parazzi, P-E-R-P. And so say you go out to dinner or you go out in public. And I'm comparing us to celebrities. So there's a celebrity that's sitting in a coffee shop and she's drinking coffee. And she knows the deal, that people know who she is, but she calmly sits there because she wants to go to a coffee shop. Yeah. And you want to go to a coffee shop? I like going to coffee shops, sit there, drinking coffee, looking at my computer. When the perks appear, so what? Let them look. I remember I went to a bar in Cincinnati, Ohio, and the perp waved at me. He was wearing his red shirt, and I was kind of hammered. I was like, whatever. I honestly, I didn't care. And then he waved at me. And, he watched me, and I watched him, and he got drunk and started talking to chicks. And I was just like, it's just the way it is. It's the new world that we live in, and you have to cope. You're going to have to deal with it. You have no choice but to deal with it. You don't want to get hysterical. You don't want to get locked up. So. You're actually cool. You're actually very special people. You're in a new class of people, and it is quite special. It's synthetic telepathy. It's the latest technology. So we have to handle ourselves responsibly, even though these people are being told to abuse us. This is the hippest thing that's ever happened on the planet. You do have a right to be a little cocky. Did you know about stuff that a lot of people don't know about? There's a hive of people that talk to each other. Real. They're not going to do that. They don't do that yet. That's the future. Actually, no, brain-to-brain communication is happening now, and I'm experiencing it. And be a little snob, you know. They don't use a gun anymore. They use do. How do you know? Because I've been shot. That's how I know. You know, you can flip it. Psychological warfare strengthens the brain. It makes it stronger. Sometimes I think I'm building a muscle in my skull. You know, every time I try to break the brain down, you know, and I bounce back, I'm like, wow, I recovered. You know, they can only go so far. And when they push you as far as they can and you live, you have every right to be cocky. It's synthetic telepathy. You know, it's not a cell phone. It's not the conference call. It's not the Internet. You are the Internet. You're a walking, talking computer. You're almost like a fucking robot. And, you know, you have to be careful. You don't want to agitate the hive because you don't know these people. So you don't know who they are. And you don't know what kind of mental health issues they may have. They could be crazy. So, yeah, I mean, one day people are going to talk about synthetic telepathy and say, I'm talking to so-and-so in Japan, and I'm in Iowa. You know, and you can just chat away. Honestly, I don't know why they have to be so negative about it. There'll be a point where you can you'll be able to communicate to the computer, and that's a clever TI or a perk. You know, I would hope that we could be more clever than they are. I know that you can search data, music. They're trying to get me to not say it. So you can think up a song in synthetic telepathy. You should try it, and you'll hear the song, and you'll hear the band, and it's on a computer. Nobody knows about that. That's actually special. And I don't mean like retarded. You know, I figured that one out. I also figured out that, and this is not to be negative, I don't want to be at this point, but it can be a force. You can use deadly force with it, brain to brain. I've made perps believe they were having a heart attack by simply telling them that. So it's the hippest thing that's ever happened. It's just sad the way it's kind of, you know, and that's the group, whoever the group of people who released the technology and then affiliated it with bad behavior. You don't necessarily have to behave badly. You know, you have to try to stay calm. I mean, what's the difference between Myron May and one of us? And then the Navy shooter, he freaked out. He panicked.
Marilyn, there's a big difference. They couldn't handle it. We can.
Mm-hmm. You know, like I mock the perps. I say, I've been here in synthetic telepathy since after 9/11. Okay, so you know you're a newbie. I don't know what the perps can't handle it. That's why they're so aggressive. You know, why can't you be cool, man? Give people some space. You know, stop trying to talk to us all the time. Stop looking at every detail in my house. Be cool. They're not cool. I like cool people. You know, just because you know I exist doesn't mean that you should follow. You know, the program could be created by TIs that go psycho. And we call them perps, but they could be just nasty people that got targeted. I mean, in synthetic telepathy, but I'm not talking about the do. You can't, I mean, when I first heard people's voices, I didn't panic. I really didn't. I didn't. I did like everybody else. I looked for the device. I looked in the lamps. I was in the corners of the walls. I almost went into the sheetrock. I looked in the, under the couch and all that. And that, because of, the internet, I figured out what it was. But I wasn't scared. I was never scared. I was actually kind of positive. I thought, well, maybe, this is going to be good. We'll be smarter. We'll be able to communicate. Like the person said about Robert Duncan thought that he thought it might be positive. It's naive, but I did think that. I'd be curious to know, like, if in Japan, do they say, like, the Japanese are very polite? I wonder if it's different. If it's different than it is, say, like, in Chicago.
Hello, Marilyn.
Yeah, I'll stop talking.
Hello, how's it going?
Well, I'm trying to come up with new strategies to cope and deal. How's it going with you?
One day at a time. Trying to, survive each day.
What's your name?
You know who this is. This is David. I heard you talking about... David. Hey, how's it going? I heard you talking about synthetic telepathy.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about it?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Well, you could just break down the symptoms, and that'd be great.
Oh, break down the symptoms?
Yeah, if you just want to, you don't have to go into detail or anything.
Now it's changed. They're getting nervous, so it's one of the symptoms is what's happening right now, where I feel their emotions. They're not mine, so they're Dayton, Ohio perps. They're kind of silly. They're from the valley, but the base of my skull hurts, and it cracks and it pops, and it's tight and it hurts. That's one of the symptoms. another one. I wake up sometimes feeling other people's consciousness in terms of like, a couple of them are alcoholics, so they center their consciousness into mine, which is a compulsive rape personality. It's a rapist personality, and I can smell them, and I feel hungover, and I'm like dry mouth. I'm like, I didn't drink. That's weird. I stopped drinking. I haven't drank in a few days. And I was like, oh. And then one of them will say, oh, that's because Michael's drunk and he's in your brain. He's passed out. You should probably wake him up. They sleep inside of my brain. If that doesn't drive you insane, nothing will. What else? Besides hearing them, your body heat will go up and down, your body temperature, oxygen, low, hard. It's hard to breathe. It's like suffocation. The brain will deflate when they move away from my brain. It will expand when they try to enter it. So I guess for those who don't have it, sometimes you hear them over the TV. They'll try to trick you to make you believe that the TV's talking to you. So they're concentrating their consciousness on the TV. So they're a distance from you. They can also get in your throat. Like I felt this one person, he's inside of my throat. He likes to try to talk for me. You know any other symptoms?
What?
They try to get you to go to sleep when they want to go to sleep. And they want to dream together. The holographic dreams. So you're not really getting proper sleep. And the holographic dreams, it's basically another human, or it could be a computer, but it's used through a computer, forcing their thoughts on you. So they hive together and make these stupid dreams that we all see. That's a symptom. Some of us see things that aren't there. That sucks. They stopped doing that to me, thank God. I once in the middle of the night, I saw another human juxtaposing another human. I was like, my God, who's that guy? It's some young white guy juxtaposed on my front. I was like, this is ridiculous. You know? They can mind control you. You know, they're watching you do stuff all day. Play games with you. But you know, really tough GIs You know the deal. You can control them. Being agitated is not going to work because you're outnumbered. But you just have to be the adult because they're like children. They're like adult children playing with you. So you always have to be more sophisticated than they are. You have to behave a certain way and that actually has an influence on them. Whatever your interests are their interests. Even while they're abusing you, if you like something, they want it. Not everything, of course. They're repelled by Christianity. You know, if you want to get rid of them fast, be a Christian. They do seem to have, it's a computer program where they will join hives with the hive that you're in. So I used to wake up in the middle of the night and be like, oh my God, there's more people. And then I'd say, help me. And I'd expose the people in the hive that are torturing me. And then they would unplug those people. I've witnessed other people, I've witnessed TI struggle with the perpetrators in my hive. And I've tried to reach out to them, but it's so many stupid people. Like you say, hi, my name's Marilyn, I live at so-and-so. If you want to talk about it, you know, what's going on, you're a TI. And so the perps can see this person's life. They're looking through his eyes. And I said, well, who is it? It's like it's some old white guy. He's living in a house. He's looking around trying to figure out who's talking to him. And they were laughing at him. I was like, hey, don't listen to them. Listen to me. And I don't know where he is. It's just new. It's just new stuff. You know, when they had VHS videotapes, then they had CDs, and MP3 player, then the Apple computer, then YouTube and websites, and now it's remote neural monitoring. And that's how I kind of look at it. It's a new technology, and what do the guys use it for? Porn. They totally turn us all into pornography. That they're just beating off to us. They do it, you know, cable TV, VHS, you know, black and white TV, you know, guys with a paper bag with a dirty porno video, and they go home and whack off. They're literally using brain-to-brain communication as a form of pornography. And I'm hoping what will happen is that these primarily like white guys that are controlling this shit, they'll get bored with turning us into porn and snuff films and all this stupid shit and being with the donkey. And then they'll say, and then hopefully the enlightened people will control R&M, and we can push these assholes out into hell where they belong, and we take it over and just, you know, and try to, I mean, you got to get rid of it, but it's like, I almost feel like that woman where she's like, I have no faith. I mean, I would like for it to be over tomorrow. It just doesn't seem like that's honestly what's going to happen. Or next year or in 10 years. I don't think even in 20 years it's going to be over with. Like, hopefully I'm wrong. But you know what I mean? That they turn tech into porn, like the cell phone, every kind of weird website that we've had, now even YouTube has dating porn people that, I don't know if you've seen these little comments on your YouTube channel. You want to date me? I'm Chung Fung Young, and I'm hot. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Now they're pushing prostitutes on YouTube. They'll come up with something even worse than R&M. That's what's so weird about, there's so many smart people that are trying to do stuff. Some geek came up with this shit. I wish he hadn't. I wish he had just, if he were a really smart person, he should have said, I am not going to tell anybody about this because this is fucked up. Brain-to-brain communication. I do have one guy that tries to encourage me to do. He's like, don't let him let you be dirty. Get in the shower. He's elderly, and he's a total perv, but, all these assholes aren't getting in the shower, so the perps aren't cleaning themselves. Yeah, I don't want to ramble. Well, obviously, if they're looking through your eyes and you're in a high, you're in a disadvantage. So, sometimes you might want to close your eyes for it to have some privacy. Close your eyes and kind of relax. You don't want to see, because I think even looking through your eyes, I think it agitates them. I don't think they really want to. I think they, after a while they get tired of it, and then they start trying to figure out how to kill you. Imagine you were looking through someone's eyes for years, and you're like, this is the worst shit ever. That's basically where they're at, like they're trying to kill me. They're like, I'm tired of looking at your kitchen, because I'm constantly eating. And then it becomes like, well, why don't you do something interesting so we can look at it? I don't know. I mean, there's got to be a more intelligent person on this call than me. How to get them to not look through your eyes all the time. Or at all.
You could become a Christian, right? It's just you just said that. They don't like it, but Jesus told us nobody would if they're part of the world. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. You were talking, but is Sovereign Man going to do a late call tonight? Do you know?
Not sure.
Okay. He hasn't done it every time, has he, lately? So I've kind of missed it. The late ones are nice because I'm on the West Coast, and just nice to get a little conversation going that's different from the, that kind of gets your mind away from the targeting. And that would help. You sweet girl. I know. I sympathize with everything you're going through, and we're all going through, but I do wish you could get your mind on something different. I think that is part of the that's part of the relief that goes. And are you still gardening? You were gardening some. Was it vegetables or flowers?
Right, and so I just clipped a bunch of flowers today because it's fall. Oh. It started raining here.
Yeah, it's been raining here for a while. Yeah.
Where are you at?
I'm in the Northwest. It sort of rains a lot here anyway. But I think winter is here. All right, it's pretty well
into fall. We've got beautiful trees. The trees have really started coming different colors, and I love that. And always nice. I didn't grow any. I didn't do anything outside for summer. It was almost like we didn't have summer because it went so fast, and then we only had a couple of really, really warm days. You know, so it was very different. Anyway, yeah. So, what kind of flowers do you grow?
All right, so they're zinnias, dahlias, and let's see, the other ones. Got tomatoes. I ate tomatoes all summer.
Love
and some other plants I don't remember the names of. So we go into Lowe's or Home Depot and get the discount stuff, or we start from seed. And so we're basically getting compulsive about growing flowers, and it's really helped with me socializing with the community.
That's good.
Yeah, that's the upside. Everyone should try to do that if you have a backyard, especially a front yard.
Yeah. I've never grown any dahlias, but I absolutely love all the different colors you get from zinnias. You know, you just take every color and bring it in and put it in a pot, and they're so pretty. I haven't done that in years. I need to grow zinnias now. I have a couple of poor hydrangeas that need some help. I didn't give them any help this year, but they're pretty. You can turn them blue or pink or purple, or you can turn them all kinds of colors by what you put in the soil, and that's kind of fun. But zinnias, thank you for reminding me of those, because I do love them.
And they just keep producing flowers. Like, you just clip them and more come.
More come. I know it. That's great. So you think is that your last batch for the season, you think?
Yeah, pretty much. And then what was I gonna do? Oh, I gotta put in tulip bulbs. The neighbor next door, because of COVID, she's not going to work every day, so she worked in her yard all summer. And there's like 2 neighbors that do this, retired nurse. And I was paranoid about both of them. I thought, oh, they're after me. And they're just the sweetest women. They're so nice. And all summer, we looked at each other. We were looking at the ground. Well, now that fall's here, I have to find something else to do. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, there are. Did you know we can put tulips in the ground, and they keep coming up every year. You don't have to take them up and dry them out and put them back in. And even I saw Martha Stewart say something. This was about 10 years ago, and she says, now you have to take your tulips up, and you have to do this to them and do that to them. But we don't have to do that here. It's amazing. You can just put them in the ground, and they just keep coming up. I love it. I don't know. I guess it's the cool. The moisture, the cool, or something about the soil itself. But it's a blessing. And they're the first things that come up that surprise you in the spring. You know, if there's any snow going on, you get a crocus. But those tulips, when they come up, they're just wonderful. And you forget where they were. That's kind of nice. It's always good.
Yeah, I dug out about half of them. Because we put like 1,200, and
wow. Woo.
Right. And I was like, I'm gonna the whole yard's gonna be fucking tulips.
That's
you
good.
know?
No kidding.
And it's like when my mother had come over to visit one day. I said, you got to come see this. It's insane. And she was like, wow. I was like, I know.
Wonderful. Perfect. There's something. Let's see. The little purple bluebell kind of things you can put in the middle of them. You know, in between them, and they always look good too. What are those called? Water hyacinths. We have something called water hyacinths that are pretty. They look like little sparsely flowered hyacinths, but they come up all the time. They come up every year, and I don't know where all these things grow. But where are you? I forgot where you live.
Ohio.
Okay, you're right in the middle. So I guess, what does that mean? You can grow anything? You can east or west?
No, so you have to take up the tulips, actually, because they'll rot. And, yeah, and they'll get eaten. Bugs will eat them. So I dug up some, and they were infested or had mold on them.
Yeah. We did that, too, in Texas. I grew up in Texas, and anything that bugs like, you have to protect everything. So that was a problem, I know. But, I remember I had a friend when I first moved here. She moved here, and she had horses. And she moved her horses from Texas to Washington State. And she said we were so scared that all the bugs from Texas were gonna come up here. And she said there's a certain line you cross. And she said nothing bothered them at all. They didn't bring all the whatever was in the grass down in Texas. So the further north you get, the better that works, I guess. It's always good. Even those. I did import when I was down in Texas, and with my mother before she passed away. A friend, when Mother did pass away, a friend gave me a potted plant. She had a plant that she had repotted, and she gave it to me, and I put it in my motorhome, and I brought it up to Washington with me, and I lived in the motorhome for a little while, and I looked and I saw there was this roach, and he was probably as long as my thumb. What they have in East Texas are tree roaches, and they love to get in the trees, and if they come in the house, they like to get in the ceiling and go up into the light fixtures and drop down on you at night. They're just awful. And, they're not dangerous or anything. They're just terrible. There was one of those things crawling around one of the pipes. I thought, oh, no. So I had to get rid of that pot plant. It did last. Some things do get imported. I hated it. And a little bitty motorhome with a roach like that.
Because of the isolation from the targeting and COVID and all that. Well, when you garden, you see all these insects. And so every summer I talk to them. I'm like, oh, look at you, Mr. Bug. I'll bring them in the house. I mean, praying mantis and grasshoppers. Yeah. And
some of them are nice.
There's this green bug. It looks like a green ladybug. It's green and has little black dots on its back. And they love flowers. They just sit in the flowers. Bumblebees.
Are they okay?
Huh?
Do they hurt the flower? Do they hurt the flowers, or are they okay? They don't hurt the flowers.
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing to the flowers.
I got in trouble one time. My daddy had he grew up on a farm, but he worked all his life, and then when he retired, he planted a garden, So he had these beans out there, and I went out there, and I was so smart, I had read up on everything, and I looked out there, and I said, Daddy, you've got ladybugs, and they look just exactly like ladybugs. I said, now don't do a thing to them, because they're good guys, and they will eat all the bad bugs. 2 weeks later, his entire bean crop was gone. And I kept looking it up, and that was the notorious Mexican bean beetle. So he never paid a bit of attention to me after that. I was in trouble.
Oh, that's cute. That's terrible he lost his bean. Yeah, I should study more about gardening. I think I'll do that. The one thing I've learned, there's all these cool people on YouTube that show people how to garden. Your produce from the grocery store, the seeds. I think I'm going to try to grow olive trees in the basement. In the winter, and then give them away as gifts. And when it gets warm, I have a relative in Texas. I don't know. I mean, once you start growing, it's addictive. You just want to keep going.
Yeah.
You know?
It is. Olive trees, though. I never thought of doing something like that. You have to get a grow light, or what?
So we got like these marked down cans of olives, and I was chomping on them yesterday, and I thought, I wonder if you can grow. And so I Googled, and so you take the pit, you let it dry for 2 days, and then you crack it open, and the seed is inside. You plant it under light, 2 inches deep, and it'll start to grow.
Wow.
And you can do it with fake light. I mean, you could, over the winter, grow a lot of stuff with fake light. Yeah. Fake sunlight.
There's something about the olive tree that's kind of legendary. I mean, I've heard from Bible times it's called not the immortal tree, but the everlasting tree or something like that, because they just keep producing. In fact, the ones that in the Bible, when Jesus was in the Garden of Gethsemane, he had all these olive trees in there, and when they came and destroyed Jerusalem, they cut down all the trees, and yet the olive tree has the root ball stays in the ground, and it just keeps putting up again. And so they think some of the same olive trees that were there 2,000 years ago are the ones that came up from the root ball from way back then, But there's I don't remember what they call them. But olive trees are really, that's a neat gift. That's a great idea. And you can start with a carrot. Terrific. I thought it was something like that. Neat.
I think it takes 40 days to germ. It takes 40 days for it to grow.
Yeah.
So
I just started cutting off the bottom of big onions, and letting them put out a little bit. But I can't get anything big. I just get little shoots, That
I had lettuce going, and I was really excited about the lettuce because I'm always trying to diet, and we made the mistake of putting the lettuce in between tomato plants, and they totally took over and blocked the sun, and they died. But the lettuce was beautiful when it first came up. It tasted really good. And we had kale, but these worms were eating the kale, and then I was like, oh God. I mean, it's great to learn. I think every TI should grow food. You can do it even in your apartment. You can grow something. I mean, I got carrots. We have carrots in pots outside.
You do?
From seed.
Wow. That's new. I didn't know that. Okay. I never tried carrots at all. I did do some lettuce when I first moved up here. You can't grow them. You can't grow lettuce very well down in south. It's just too hot. One thing I'd like to grow, I like peppers. All kinds of different peppers. They're kind of fun. And okra. I love okra. But you can't grow it as well.
I love okra.
Yeah.
Now, when you cook, I used to cook okra. When I lived in New York City, I used to cook okra all the time. It was weird. And I used to burn it a little bit on the outside because I didn't like it to be too slimy. So I'd cook it really hot and quick.
The only way that somebody put it on a bonfire one time, it was good. She just wrapped it, put some lemon pepper seasoning on it, and wrapped it up in foil and stuck it on the fire, and that was good. And they do in the South. They do okra and tomatoes and onions together and cook them all and make I forgot what you call it, but my very favorite is to slice it into little chunks and put cornmeal on it and fry it. I just love that. But it's hard to find.
Do you watch the cooking channel?
No, I don't have don't have television. I mean, I'm not hooked up to television. Sometimes I get YouTube, on the phone, but and I get one recipe. I get something for one thing, and then I get 20 different recipes for the same thing. You know how Google does you. But cooking channel.
Mm-hmm.
Try that out. That's kind of dangerous with the COVID going on. Too many good recipes going out there right now.
Yeah, I've gotten a little chunky. I mean, I like to cook. I'm kind of bored with what I've been doing lately, but I'd like to learn how to do more complex stuff. My mom watches. My mom likes to watch the cooking channel, so when I go over there, I'm like, oh my God, you're still watching the cooking channel. And she puts cookbooks and all that. And
I think I've got a whole. I tell you what, I started writing some of these recipes that you get down on cards. I've got a whole stack of cards now with recipes, and most of them I'll never use. But it's just kind of fun to watch them do it, They've got the kitchen all nice and neat and clean, and then they make this wonderful dish, and you think, oh, I'll try that one day. But I haven't tried most of them. Good original stuff. And from different countries, too, different, national dishes that are coming out. So that's kind of fun.
I like Chinese sauces.
Oh, yeah.
I like to make Indian food.
Well, I'm mostly Southern cooking and Mexican food, Tex-Mex, that sort of thing with me. But when, when somebody comes up with something from another continent, that's a lot of fun. I can't do much French. I can do a few Middle Eastern things and Chinese food. Yeah, I can do Chinese food fairly well. But mostly it's Southern stuff and Tex-Mex, which everything has a little bit of that in it, with mine.
Yeah, when I was trying to run from the V2K. I was on the border of Mexico. The food was not good.
Really?
That was horrible.
Where were? What border? Mexico and where? Arizona or New Mexico?
Yeah, the Southwest.
Yeah, okay. What I found out was, now having lived in the Dallas area, they've really got it perfected there. I mean, it's good. It's really good. And they're 20,000.
Well, that's what I've noticed. That I'm not trying to bring up that the way people might make Mexican food better. I'm just saying. I was like, what is the sauce that this woman just brought me? It was horrible.
What was
and then
it?
right when we went into like, I forget what state it was, but
well, what I found out was I drove to California and then up to Washington, and I thought, okay, I'm going to taste New Mexico's Mexican food. It's got to be good. They're in New Mexico, right? It was terrible. And then I went to Arizona, and it wasn't very good either. California's pretty good because they put all the tomatoes and, veggies in it and that sort of thing. So that's pretty good. But I still think Texas is better than anywhere. And I don't know about the border, because you're going to get an authentic part, and it probably will, it might be some other kind of meat. we used to, when I went to school in Fort Worth, the very best Mexican restaurant in Texas was right there in Fort Worth, but they always had the rumor going that they served horse meat. It wasn't true, but they were right close to the stockyards. That was my first Mexican food. I wouldn't eat it for a while because everything ran together, enchiladas and everything ran together. I wouldn't do that when I was a kid. So we got over there and they said, well, you got to go. So we went out there and you drove up to the stockyard area, and you get out and you hold your nose because it doesn't smell good when they were doing the Swiss meat packing plant was there. So, and then you go into the little old restaurant. Looks like it was falling apart, and it was the best stuff I've ever eaten in my life. And I really fell in love with Mexican food there. And they didn't serve horse meat. They just did it well in their little place.
Yeah, that's Chinatown. Chinese food in Brooklyn and some parts of New York, where and there's Google YouTube videos where these dudes, these black guys are like, look at this rat foot, and it's like, and I'm like, this is not chicken. What's this? It's like, chicken. I'm like, no, it's not. That ain't no damn chicken. You've been cooking rats in the alley. Or dogs. Wow. I think that they catch animals, stray animals or something. Well, they eat like dog meat.
Some places do. Yeah, some countries, that's normal to do. When I was with the Red Cross, I was over in Vietnam, and we went to a Chinese restaurant. And they said, let's see, that was the one I think there. They said, now in this one, this is pretty authentic, and if you get something chicken, they don't debone the chicken and all that. They just take a cleaver and chop up the whole thing and cook it, So you got the bones and the splinters and the everything in it. And I thought, no, I don't want that. But basically, as long as it's tempered for me, I love Chinese food.
I like Thai. Thai food's good.
It's real good.
I like sushi. I love Asian food, period. I don't care. Korean, Japanese, Thailand, Chinese.
Yeah.
The best fried chicken recipe, and I kind of did try it. It's a bottle of hot sauce, eggs, and flour, and that's it. You whip a bottle of hot sauce into the eggs, and then dump the chicken pieces in, move it around, and then throw on flour, and then fry it. And there you go.
Okay. You like it hot. Do you have which one is it? Popeyes? Popeyes. We had a Popeyes that had really hot chicken.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they still do it or not. I still think this is my number one favorite chicken is to buy is Kentucky Fried Original Recipe. Whatever he's got in it has a great recipe. It's a good, whatever the spices are, he's just got them exactly right. Old Colonel Sanders did it.
Churches have, you can get $1 a piece. You get 3 pieces of chicken for $3, 4 pieces, 10 pieces, $1 a piece. It doesn't matter what kind of, it could be a thigh, a drum.
We don't have any churches. I forgot about churches. They are good. And Chick-fil-A has really good. They have the best nuggets. You can get real good nuggets from them because everybody else, even Kentucky Fried Chicken, when they do the nuggets, they don't do it as well as they do the regular chicken. So I don't know.
I had a friend who used to he's like Chick-fil-A, Chick-fil-A, and he just loved. I don't think I've ever had Chick-fil-A.
They're good. Get some of their nuggets or their strips. They have a good batter too. I like it. And now it's not hot, so you might have to bring your own hot sauce. And they have good pie. They had lemon pie. Lemon icebox pie. That is so good. Those 2 things, but we don't have any of those here. So.
My mom has a really good key lime pie. She makes a really good key lime pie. Graham cracker cooked at the bottom, cream. It's like a cheesecake. It's crazy.
You sure
she's a TI too, and I was like, Mama, please, I'm depressed. I'm targeted. Please make me a pie. I mean, I wonder if if somebody knows you're TI, milk it. I mean, please bring me a pizza. I'm targeted. I'm in so much pain, Mama. Please make me a cake.
There you go. There's some benefits, side side benefits, I guess you can call it. Good idea. Now I'm all hungry. What am I going to do?
Or you can get even worse. Give me that box of wine. I just can't. I can't take it no more. The voices. I just need me a box of wine.
A box of wine. Shoot. That's funny. I got to find somebody to lean on like that then, I guess.
You're in Texas. There's lots of TIs in Texas.
Oh, I'm not there now. I'm up in Washington State now. Yeah, there are. And there are a lot around where I grew up, and that's really disappointing because I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah. World is changing, I guess. Unfortunately. Which is going to happen. You're going to make me want to go out there and get something done about my... I got to pull weeds. I really have to pull weeds. So, somebody said...
Yeah, I was looking at the weeds today. I was like, oh, my God, because it rains so much.
Right. Which is nice, except for the weeds. You know, that's the only thing. We get stinging nettle. I'm out in the county, and we get stinging nettle that can get as tall as I am or taller. It's just awful. That a whole grove of it over in some corner of the yard. You know, if you're not careful, they get out of hand. But you got to get them before the snow comes. If the snow comes on top of them, it's too late to worry about it. How long is Frank gonna let his call keep going?
I don't know.
He goes,
sometimes
he goes sleep. He must go and sleep. Yeah, we put him to sleep. I guess we did. Bless his heart.
So this, I don't know if there's a Steinmart out there. So Steinmart is going out of business in this area, and so they had sales, 80% off. So I got this hat, like Kentucky Derby. They had these beautiful, expensive, like Kentucky Derby hats. And, yeah, you have to go for it sometimes. But there was a black one. It was kind of like Audrey Hepburn on steroids. And it's $12. So I was saying earlier, for lady TIs, the COVID's like shutting little businesses. And they're doing massive, even online, 80% off of clearance. So something that would be like $100, $200, it's like pennies.
My goodness. This is really something. And they're going, is the whole chain going out of business?
I don't know, but Pier 1,
yeah, they
went
are
out of business. We got a chair for $20.
Oh, wow. I remember they started. I just love that place. It was so different, and so I've got some stuff from there that I've had since they started. I guess since their original store there in Dallas started. That is so sad. There's a lot happening with these places. I was sad about that, and then I just couldn't believe Sears went out, but that was before COVID. Didn't have anything to do with that.
Oh, Sears, yeah. I went to that. I remember that. Yeah, that was sad. They were doing the yellow dot sale.
Yeah. I go into, we have a little store here, a small one, and I go in once in a while. And they used to have the televisions on all over the place. And like I said, I don't get television, so it was kind of nice to go in there and see all these big screens all over the place. And now they're not there. You know, they've got the appliances and all. They just don't have the, you know, all the stuff that the big store had for them. It's really different. But we had a big one in Seattle, I think, that went out of business. And I can't remember which one it was. It was one that has been around for hundreds. Oh, the one in Dallas that got me was Neiman Marcus. I mean, that was the utmost place to go. If you were graduating from high school or something and somebody gave you a luncheon, you had it at the Zodiac Room at the top floor at Neiman Marcus. That was the very best luncheon to get invited to, you know, for your graduation luncheon. And I can't believe they went. I think they filed. Did they file for bankruptcy or just sell everything? That was so sad. I ran into Mary Trager. Remember Peter, Paul, and Mary? We were downtown. Okay. We were upstairs in the Zodiac Room, and it was real crowded, and I just kind of bumped into her, and I invited her. We were having this protest against the nuclear power plant they were building that afternoon. So I told her, I invited her to come, and she said, oh, I'd love to come, but we're going to fly out of here pretty soon. But she's a neat lady. I think she passed away about 4 or 5 years ago, something. But that whole place is gone. They had a whole building downtown there. Well, I'm getting kind of talked out, I guess. I guess, what? I hope Frank's okay.
Don't you have a Christian call?
There's one, well, not on Wednesday night. They're getting to where they're on, let's see, Monday and Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, nothing on Saturday or Sunday, but a lot, yeah. Oh, Saturday, yeah. There is the Refuge Church. You know, Millicent Black has her church service. That's a regular service, you know. I don't know who's going to give the message this time, but she does hers on. It's Saturday afternoon here, and then let's see. Barb has a Bible study on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Monday, Patricia has a call. And on Friday, Michael has a call. So it does pretty much, yeah. I wouldn't mind, but you know, I do miss those real late ones that people used to do, because we would just get into these different conversations that were kind of quiet and nice, you know, a little different from, you know, from the regular calls. So, but nobody's doing that much anymore, the real late ones.
Yeah, I think the key is to stay busy and be positive. And yeah.
Did you change something? I can't understand you.
No, you have to stay busy. And think positive. I started working out again. So I get my little 3-pound weights, and you know, I do my 50 reps, and I'm going to try to get training.
You were talking about painting, and I need to do some artwork. That's my field. So when you were talking about that one time, I remember, and I thought, boy, that is something. I need to get it out and get working on it. One year, I started into watercolors, and I got everything I need. It's just, you know, there's so many distractions going on that bother us, that keep us from it, but there's no excuse. I
love watercolor.
Yeah.
I don't use it. I did a bunch of portraits in watercolor. And that was so fun. It's so fun. I stopped painting.
Did you?
Because they tell me what to do. I don't like it. They say, use red. Don't use yellow. They won't. It's hard to make decisions now.
Yeah.
Like you grow flowers, so eventually you would paint them. It's like a child. I'm almost like a child now. Well, I will not do that. So, yeah, I'm trying to work up you should paint again.
I'm going to.
Yes. Okay. Do it. We're going to do it.
Okay.
You're going to start this week. You're going to prep, and you're going to get an area ready, pull out your watercolors.
Okay. Mm-hmm. They're waiting for me. They're just sitting there waiting for me. Okay. You let me know now what you're going to start doing, too. What are you going to start doing?
Well, I think I'm going to do a portrait because it's easy.
Yeah.
I should do flowers, but
zinnias. Well, you could go crazy with zinnias. I'm like, I got to grow some before I remember all the colors you can get with that. But portraits are neat, though, because you can get so many different skin tones, and when the light hits, I like the light behind somebody. Oh, when the sunshine hits one, or hair, there's so much you can do with portraits. So you start doing some portraits now, okay? Okay?
Yeah, we have to just, I think once you do what you really like to do, they eventually will kind of back off of you. Because they can't compete with that. Because you're zoned out and they can't get your attention.
Yeah, Dr. Hall said that. He said some of the people he worked with, because he worked with some TIs for a while, he said they really did a lot better when they were doing things like that, painting and drawing, and they took it up. And he said it does work. Something about you are kind of zoned out, and they can't. They don't understand it anyway. And it's visual, so you keep it's a silent thing. So that's a great idea. Okay, we both have projects that we need to work on, and I got to get it done. I got to clean up my house first, and then I can do that for sure because it's winter, and I did that all one snow when we had a long snow. I just watercolored a bunch of stuff, so. Maybe we'll get into that. And don't make too many key lime pies, okay? Just maybe once in a while.
Oh, my God.
You had to bring that up. I've got a kit for one. Now, see, I've got this
Chubby. Chubby.
Okay. I promise I won't do that. Okay. Marilyn. I gotta go. I'm getting kind of tired now. This is neat. This is better than most of those late calls. I enjoyed that. You take care, sweetheart.
Yeah,
okay.
I was talking to you. Yep.
Okay.
Good night.
Okay. Good night, hon. God bless you. Bye-bye.
I find it hard to believe that 20 people have fell asleep on the cot.
Biden looks better in his suits than Trump. Trump's fat.
Say again?
Hello?